Good morning and welcome to Django Day Copenhagen 2024.
Woo!
We're back. We're just gonna say a couple of things about the event before we get started with 4 exciting talks until the first break. So we're ready to be here in the room together with you and the internet audience. We have a little slideshow we want to present.
How do I
Here we go.
change?
I think just press that button. Yes. So, hello to you, Emil,
Hello, my name is Emil.
and my name is Benjamin. And hello to everyone out there. Please say hello to.
Do you want to say hello to each
Yeah.
other, or at least the person next to you don't know? No? Just take a second to say hello.
And
Oh,
you
nice.
joining online, maybe you want to say something in the chat. Break the ice. All right. We are streaming live, and we can say that we also have some conversation online, also for you in the room. It's so that every time there is a talk, there will be a little topic on our chat, and you can join the chat by having a ticket. And if you're streaming, you can just get a free ticket, and then you'll get an email with an invitation link to the chat room.
And yeah, and you go on the website 2024 djangoday.dk
Yes.
under tickets. Code of conduct. Of course, we have a code of conduct. We love them. And if you would like to read it, here it is on the website.
And we have 2 code of conduct contacts, which is Sarah and Vidya. Can you just raise your hands? Yes, everyone sees them.
Sarah wearing pink and Vidya wearing orange for now.
All right. Yes. So great to have a name tag. Use that to to introduce yourself, and so that everyone around the venue knows that you are coming from this event. If you can help us a little bit with the practical stuff during the breaks, that's great. Maybe there's some cups here and there that needs to go to the kitchen. If you see there's no coffee, welcome to ask someone here of the organizers. Then we have some toilets right out there. If there's a lot of people, you can also go upstairs and downstairs. And this year, we expanded a little bit. So instead of having all our jackets crammed in here, there's a wardrobe. Wardrobe can also be used to sit down, have a little talk, or do some work. And I think we're even live streaming in the wardrobe. So if you need a break, it's the room right across the hall.
The Wi-Fi. KK Public. You can, yeah, it's a public Wi-Fi. So with all the benefits of that, and otherwise use your phone, please.
Yeah, so we have a photo policy as well. We like to take pictures and document how great it's going. And we also fully respect if you don't want to be in the picture. It's just a lot easier if you can ask for a white lanyard in that case. Then anyone taking a photo should see if someone is wearing a white lanyard, please don't take a photo of them. And we have some white lanyards, so ask for them.
Vidya with the orange hoodie has them. Have them. Yeah, the schedule is on the website 2024 djangoday.dk. Short questions, and there will also be, you can ask questions in the chat if you registered the ticket, if you're looking online, and then we will have someone who will relay the questions up here to stage.
Yes. So, any questions for us? We can do a little rehearsal. anyways, remember that questions are questions. Ask good questions. Don't make comments. Yeah. Oh, that we had a slide for that.
Yeah, we did.
we have a
Copy
wall of
pasted from last year, but
yeah, we have a
here
wall
we
of
go.
text for that. Yeah, but let's in mind of the time summarize it as please ask good questions in favor of the speaker and not to showcase your own knowledge. Okay. Tonight there will be lightning talks depending on if someone submits lightning talks. You can submit a lightning talk by emailing us. If you look on our website, you can scroll down a little bit. You find lightning talks with some more information. But basically, if you know the concept, you send us some slides, and then at the end of the day, everyone doing a lightning talk will do it a little bit fast. We'd like to have the slides prepared on one laptop if possible, but you can also bring your own laptop if necessary.
No.
No?
Send your
Okay.
slides.
Yeah. And after that, we'll have a little break. And there's a lot of places around the neighborhood for getting dinner. While that happens, we are going to just reorganize a little bit it here for a party. And so we hope that you will plan to have your dinner, come back here, and the bar will be open. Did we work out the payment issue? Well, we'll have some more information about that. And we would like to have a pub quiz. And again, a reference to the guy in the orange is the pub quiz host. Members of the team don't know anything about these questions. So it was super secret. If you would like to help the pub quiz responsible down there, you're welcome to go and tag him. How many questions do we have now?
7.
So thanks to the sponsors of this event. Thanks very much. I would say it's not possible to do these events without sponsors. So make note that there are sponsors again this year. And thank you Ofir.dk, Ørsted, Typecode, and Ticket Bottler.
Shall we skip this one?
Yes, because we're a little tight on the time. We can maybe introduce Django Denmark again in a break.
Can be a lightning talk.
Yeah, that's a good idea. That's also about Django Denmark. Yeah.
Any questions? No.
All
Good.
right. We're ready for the first talk.
Yes. Joseph, please come here.
We're ready for the very first talk of the day. This is Joseph Samit.
Yep.
Also, not the very first talk at
No. Yeah.
Django Day Copenhagen, but someone who has been very consistent in delivering fantastic talks. So we're very glad that you're back.
Thanks.
And very, very exciting topic that you have for us. Let's give a big hand for Joseph.
Good morning, everyone. I'm happy to be here with you for another Django Day Copenhagen event. And this time, I'll talk to you about marrying Django and Fast API. So, quick show of hands. Who here has heard about Fast API? All right, for those that didn't raise their hands, it's the fastest growing web framework. This is the JetBrains developer survey numbers. So in 2021, it was 14%. In 2023, it's 25. Probably by now, it's doubled the number from 2021. There is this nice little website called Star History, which shows the graphs with GitHub repo stars. And this shows that Fast API is very well liked alongside Django and Flask by its users, but it's probably going to surpass both of them. So my question to you is now, instead of just hearing who has actually worked with it. All right, and let's see, what do you like about it? Why did you work on it? Did you work with it instead of Django or Flask, for example? Lightweight, didn't need a CMS. More reasons? Type hints, yes. More reasons? Simplicity, yes, that everyone has his own opinion on it. In my experience, I worked on it for a client, so I didn't really choose. And the reason was async or native async by async.io. So I would like to clarify how why async is important in our Python web applications. So here there's this simple script snippet that loops from 1 to 3 and passes them to the say hello function. Time.sleep here suspends execution for the amount of seconds that we want and then prints the time. So if we start at the 0-second mark, it takes 1 second to print the first, another 2 seconds to print the third one, and another 3 seconds to print the third one. So total execution 6 seconds. Here in the comment, time.sleep is simulating an I/O blocking call. Why I/O blocking? Because a process can be limited, the speed at which it progresses, it can be limited by CPU, by memory, by access to cache. And when it's I/O bound, we mean that the rate at which the process progresses is limited by input output. So for example, if you're reading data from a file, you're limited by the file system. If you're making an API request over the network, you're limited by the network. So that's what we mean by I/O blocking. So let's look at async now. Sorry, this is the execution of the sync process over time. So this is the first one to print the first one, 2 seconds, 1 second, 2 seconds here, and 3 seconds to print the third one. So let's look at an async snippet. This uses async.io library, which gives us the async await syntax. And here we use the Python 3.12 task group to run the tasks passing 1, 2, and 3. So let's look at the output of the async.io snippet. As you can see here, instead of taking a total of 3 seconds, they appear like they are started all at the 0-second mark. In fact, this is when they are printed. So, but they are not running concurrently. If we compare them, it's an async is the same thread doing all the work, but in contrast to synchronous, in async, an I/O blocking operation does not block the progress from doing the work. So that's why they appear like they have started off from the 0-second mark, because these are not blocked. The subsequent tasks after the first one are not blocked by the first I/O blocking task. So when should we use async I/O? When is it important? When does it make a difference? And the answer is when I/O is the bottleneck. We'll soon get back to this. I hope that is clarified. And we'll soon get back to I/O bottlenecks. For the past year and a half, I've been working for a company called DeepDesk. It's about enhancing the lives of customer support agents by providing a bunch of features as written in, as I pasted in this LinkedIn post here. And to do that, there's a whole architecture. It's deployed. We deploy the system in a multi-tenant architecture, so every client has their own set of services and architecture kind of. So for the purposes of this talk, I simplified that architecture into a few microservices here. So these, let's start from the front end, and UI components are here. They talk to two services. One of them is the account config, which we call admin, because the admin interface by Django is one major feature of that, and the project features backend, with which to which the front end and the user interface components talk to actually use the product. Then each of these talks to a bunch of microservices. These services, we can treat them as a black box for the purposes of this talk, and they are mostly deployed in Flask and Fast API. This product features backend was deployed in Flask, and the account config for the Django admin was deployed in Django and DRF synchronous. So we have one process here, and they also shared libraries, each with their own repo, admin and backend. So from now on, I'll refer to them as admin and backend to simplify the talk. So we had this requirement where customers wanted to upload files to their configuration, to their account configuration, and hundreds of files. So of course, we wanted to take advantage of async or remove the bottleneck of input-output. And to that, to move from this here to something that can handle async, was the shortest path was to use Django async. And we did. We started using async. This was around last December, so it was kind of just coming out. And it's one thing to start on a greenfield project using Django async, but we had a large code base. We had our own middleware, custom middleware. We used third-party libraries, and the experience to migrate those was not straightforward, even because I wasn't personally experienced writing Python async code. But it was a bit hard, and also we couldn't work with DRF in an async manner, so those views were still kind of lost, because DRF is not async and is not planned to work async anyway. My personal experience, I felt a bit like this, sprinkling async await syntax and also the sync to async and async to sync adapter functions around the existing middleware, and also rewriting tests for those. So that felt a bit time consuming and kind of wasn't that promising going forward. Now, I should acknowledge that the effort to make Django, which is a huge framework, work async is a huge, it's a huge effort, and it shouldn't go unappreciated. But this is my personal experience, and maybe it's biased from the fact that I've been writing synchronous Python and Django applications for around 15 years. So maybe that was one of the reasons. So with that said, so now we have this structure. At the same time that this was happening and we saw the effort in rewriting those, there are people experienced with Fast API on the team. And so the argument was there were other issues that related more to reworking a these two microservices into one, because this features backend made requests over this account to the admin, and we weren't reaping the benefits of separation of concerns. So while these two can in theory scale together, we weren't, can in theory scale separately, we weren't scaling them separately. We expected the demand on the service to be, on the backend to be much higher than the admin, but it wasn't a big deal. So the decision was made to join these two into one. And initially the idea was to have Fast API and remove Django completely. But at the same time this was happening, I noticed a talk at PyCon US, and it was about using the Django ORM from a fast API application. The talk was by Mia Bajic. There's a link to her profile and to her talk because she later then delivered it also at DjangoCon Europe. The same talk about using the Django ORM for fast API. And to us, at least to me, I'm referred to as the Django guy, by the way, at work, because I'm always seeking the good parts of Django. And it wasn't just the good parts, it was that we had to rework a lot. We had all the data models defined in Django. We were making heavy use of the admin. We had a lot of code in DRF with some business logic in there. So it wasn't just that straightforward. It would be a big effort anyway to migrate to fast API completely. So I proposed we look at this and proposed a suggestion where we join these two services and we remove Django async process, and we have two processes on one host. One is fast API exposing the backend, and the other will still be sync Django and Django REST framework. They will have the same database. The shared libraries that we maintain and have to be maintained to work for both servers can be reworked into this now monolithic service. And also we reap the benefits of keeping the Django models defined in Django. What are these benefits? Off the top of my head, migrations. How do you track the evolution? It's an excellent tool to track the evolution of your database models. The Django admin, you simply define a model and you have a basic CRUD that you can very easily extend and customize. When writing tests, you have mature factory libraries like Factory Boy and Model Bakery. So those are not to be underrated when doing this kind of decision. So we had this. So we worked towards this. This also was the path of least resistance, because we just created alongside the other Django apps, we just created a backend folder and put a main.py to host the fast API instance in it. So this is it. This is our wedding ceremony for the marriage. That's all it takes. So, or all it took for this code. By the way, there's a prototype, a proof of concept repository. It's linked in the talk, so it's on GitHub, and you can check it out, run tests, run it, whatever. So this is it. So we have the fast API instance to which you attach routes. You attach configuration here. We're attaching a middleware that this is the only place where we use sync to async adapter function. And there's a DB connect function. It's synchronous and it connects the default database. Now this is Django internals. I'm not sure this is the best way to do it, but it works. We awaited since it's converted to async, and then we let fast API process the rest of the request. So that's our marriage. So is that it? Can they live happily ever after now? Let's ask. So with that said, this is, as an experienced Django developer, this is a post by Benjamin here. And I think he's been working with fast API after probably a decade and a half of Django. And I'll give you a few seconds to read it. I relate a lot to the things he expressed in this post. It's actually one of the reasons for this talk. So I assume you read it by now. As I said, I relate to a lot in there. Maybe I have come around on the typing part, because typing I feel video is celebrating. I have come around on the typing because I think by having type annotations, an entire class of errors, an entire category of errors is moved from runtime to type checking time. Also, I feel it makes the code more readable once I got used to it, and also makes refactoring easier, and also results in improved editor support like autocomplete. So the rest I fully relate to. So let's see how we married fast API and Django. As one of the points, I asked ChatGPT what makes a good marriage. And among the reasons ChatGPT said, number 4 is the factors maybe for a good marriage are compromise and flexibility. So let's see the compromises we made in our structure. So initially when we started with the main.py, we could expose a fast API route or view in Django, and it has to talk to the Django ORM. To talk to the ORM, you just import it and run statements, ideally using the async ORM features Django provides. So how do we go about implementing this box here? And for that, we used concepts from the domain-driven design. So domain-driven design has been around since 2003. There's a book by Eric Evans. There's a link there's not a link, there's the name of the book in the talk notes. And domain-driven design is about prioritizing the rich. Anyway, you can read the description. I think everyone here who is familiar with domain-driven design. Okay, so it's an alternative way to structure your applications. It's an architecture approach. It gives you patterns to structure your code. Why? And this definition is taken from a work in progress book that is being written by Dawn Wages, who has been a long time. She's been active for a long time in the Django and Python communities. She's writing this book called Domain-Driven Django. And why? One of the reasons. Also, there's a good talk by David Seddon at PyCon UK 2023, which is about domain-driven Python, domain-driven design and Python. I think Django and DRF give us, they break the complexity of a web application by giving us, by breaking it down into smaller, more manageable components, giving us engineers a language to talk about what we are going to do. For example, if we get a ticket, we talk about how we're going to do it in terms of models, middleware, views, serializers in the case of Django REST framework. Domain-driven design is about abstracting further away from what the framework provides. And since we're marrying two frameworks, I think this is ideal. So this is from the proof of concept repository. And here we have a project, which is a Django project. Here we have the agents up. So far, it's just Django. The admin, the models.py, and we have a conversation model, which has one or many messages. Now, the objective is to expose an async route to handle a webhook that updates the data in here, conversation messages, and makes an IO-bound request to external microservice. So for that, we will use a fast API route. So we have the structure, the root and the ORM. These are already in place. That's what we get when we started. How do we structure this? And we used domain-driven design concepts. So we have repositories here, which a repository in domain-driven design abstracts the persistence layer away from the data access. Services encapsulate business logic. So if we have a handle webhook business process, we will have a service for that. And Pydantic models are different from the models as we have them in Django. Because in Django we have data models. In models, I have written Pydantic. They don't need to be Pydantic by DDD, by domain-driven design. But Pydantic is the de facto, I think, data validation library in Python now. And so we define our models using Pydantic. And they reflect business models or business. One of the objectives of domain-driven design is ubiquitous language, which means we use the same terms and vocabulary as used in, for example, tickets as written by product owner or even the user interface. So we use this structure. Repositories here return models which are not Django model instances, but instead the Pythonic models we have here. And one constraint or one compromise that this embodies is that we talk to the Django ORM only from the repository. So this is how the structure looks like. So this is the Django project, and we created a backend directory which hosts the fast API. Then we have a list of domains. In the case of the proof of concept repository, the domain is called messages because we are dealing with messages. And then it has models, repositories, services, and routes. And dependencies is something that we use for plugging things together. The advantages here are the flexibility this gives us. So the flexibility. If I need to split these models, I just create a subdirectory and add more models there. If this needs to be merged into some other domain, we just merge it. There are no framework artifacts, no framework components. It's all our code. So we have total freedom there. If we want to split it again, it's easy. So it's very, very maintainable over time. Other advantage that I experience using this structure and that domain-driven design advertises is the bounded scope when you look at code. So the monolith is much bigger than this. It's not just one app and one domain. It's a lot of things. But when you're solving, this is a key advantage, when you're solving delivering a feature from a user point of view or even a product point of view, you just need to look at one domain. So I just look at these files and I have everything in there. And I go ahead and understand that and work in that direction. So I think the flexibility gained by the compromises we made is really nice. So yeah, so I spoke about compromises. Let's see what compromises we made. Again, I mentioned that at repository level, it's the only place we talk to the Django ORM. The ORM in Django provides async functions, which makes our code very readable because we don't need to use any adapters in our code. Here, we do this conversion. So we have these converter functions. In DDD, I think the name of the pattern is factory. You could have classes that do this, but we just use a function here that converts from the ORM conversation, which is the Django model instance, to the object, to the class we use in the domain models, to a domain model. And that way, the ORM is dealt with only at repository level. This means that we can write synchronous tests, even though the async functions, even though the repository exposes async functions. So you do that using async.io.run. And the point here is that we hit a wall, as in Benjamin's post earlier, when we try to use factories asynchronously. So we limited tests at repository level to be synchronous. These are the models that I mentioned earlier, the domain models. They are implemented using Pydantic validation library. And the rest of the application is a normal FastAPI application. So someone who comes from FastAPI at root level, at service level, they would see the usual async code with dependency injection features that FastAPI gives us. And these are the tests. They are async as well at root level. So we use fixtures, which are we override dependencies using FastAPI tooling. And so the way we write tests is synchronous for repositories going to the ORM, and async for the rest of the FastAPI application. So this exercise taught me that it's not about technology, and I hope I demonstrated to you that choosing between FastAPI and Django is a false choice. They provide more opportunities than threats to each other. I was born and raised on an island in the Mediterranean, and this is my favorite beach. My parents used to take me there when I was a child, and my friends hate it because it doesn't have sand, so it doesn't meet the definition of beach for some of them, and it's also a hassle to get to, so it's not as accessible. But to me, the fact that it's not as accessible is an advantage because I like it's rarely crowded, and also I'm not a sand kind of. I don't like sandy beaches that much. So I even know when to go there or not, depending on the wind. So whenever I think about going to the beach, I don't even make the decision of which beach to go to. I just go here. And I think we do it a lot about the set of tools we're experienced with. So it's not about tech. It's about the familiarity and experience of the team with the technology. We used Fast API in contrast to, for example, Django Ninja, which occupies a similar role in the whole ecosystem, because we had team members who were experienced with Fast API. I was experienced with Django, we had invested a lot in Django, we had a lot invested in Fast API. So marrying together, making some compromises, resulted in the flexibility to have something maintainable to work onwards. That's it. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. So we have a good deal of time for questions, and I'm gonna ask a question straight away. So with Fast API and also async Django, we see more async entering. It's becoming more accessible. And I guess you can ask the question: Is it does that mean that that it's easier to do some of the things that we used to do with task queues?
Yeah.
Or is it on the other hand, should we keep using task queues and try to avoid some of the async? How would you see that?
Thank you, Benjamin. Very, very good question. So, as I mentioned earlier, I explained why to use async, and the conclusion was that async is great for when I/O input/output is the bottleneck. So async works in the same process, but if the bottleneck is CPU, you don't gain much. Async doesn't give you a lot. However, if you want to, that's where task queues come in, because with task queues you can distribute computation over more than one process or over more than one host if you want to. So that's with async you cannot do that. Async gives you the benefits. You reap the benefit of async when the bottleneck is I/O. Does that clarify?
Yeah, it certainly does.
Thanks.
Do we have a microphone for the audience? Yes. Audience, do you have any questions? One in the back. Do we have a microphone for the audience?
Thank you. I imagine another way you could have done it would be to reproduce the ORM in like SQL Alchemy or whatever fast API would usually use.
Yeah.
And I guess one reason not to do that would have been that you have to rewrite things twice and keep them in sync. But is that the reason you didn't do it that way? Or like, is there some tool that'll automatically convert my Django models to fast API?
We didn't look into that because this, as I said, it was the path of least resistance. We kind of tried it, saw that it works, and continued building with, because we didn't need to. We kind of solved it that way. And SQL Alchemy, probably there is some tool to migrate, but yeah, as you mentioned, there would probably need some downtime. Like this, we had zero downtime because nothing is changing. We are just migrating APIs from one service to another. So from a user point of view, nothing has changed. It's just the underlying architecture. SQL Alchemy, it's a different tool, I guess, compared to ORM. We could compare them, but we didn't get to that point. We try to use the path of least resistance. Thanks for the question.
We have time for more questions. Yeah, and I was the one who had this post on social media. I'm okay now, but another question from me then, Joseph, noticing that there is a lot of work with pydantic models, and Django Ninja offers a kind of translation layer between the Django models and the pydantic models. Did you enter that territory, or
We
are you
didn't.
happily building those two worlds separately?
We are not building them separately. They are part of the same repository now. So, but we didn't get to this. We didn't invest any time into Django Ninja because we were invested in Django and Fast API, and so we just used those. We didn't. So the option was either to go with one or the other. So yeah, we had a lot of experience with Fast API in the team, so we just went that way.
Yeah. Does the internet have any questions? Don't be shy, internet. Otherwise, thank you so much for presenting a very exciting topic. Thank you for also all your work on the prototype. I suggest we all go and
The
try
proof
it
of
out
concept.
and
Yeah.
and gain some more experience with this exciting new territory. Thank you,
Yep.
Joseph.
Thank you.
All right, we're back again. On stage we have Raffaella. Thank you for coming all the way from Italy and presenting this very fantastic talk. It's a very special occasion for us too, because 1 year ago, Sarah Boyce was here to introduce Django Not Space, and I guess you will tell us a lot more about how that project is going, and we're very honored that you came. So thank you. Please give a big hand to Raffaella.
Thank you all of you for joining me through my Django contribution journey. I'm Raffaella, and recently I became a Django contributor, a new Django Software Foundation member, and also I have graduated in a Django Not Space program, and I became a star. But first of all, how many of you have attended last year Django? All right. When I first heard about the program, I reached out to the organizer to understand if I was a good fit for the program, and also how the program is going to work, some information and stuff. And they sent me this video. In this video, Sarah talked about to create an environment where people can start their contribution journey, and also a space where they created a place of belonging for new contributors. And I sent my application, and that's where my journey has started. But first of all, some information about the program. It's a 8-week long program, mentorship program, where every participant has been divided in groups, and they guarded by a navigator and a captain. And every week we made a call to understand how work is going on, if you've got any problem, what's going to work on next days. And also every 2 weeks you can catch up with your captain to understand if you've got something about your maybe a problem with your family, maybe a problem with related with your contribution, if you feel maybe struggling in some way. And also in the program, the main goal is to also more involved inside the community. Something that could be helpful if you're thinking to start to contribute. First of all, resilience, because this is the ability to weather a storm. So when you make a PR review, could take a long time to take. And also, if you're willing to create something new, you are to gain the community consent first. Availability for the program, your time is really matter, so you have to take that in mind before your submission. Knowledge, you don't have to be an expert to contribute, but you don't have to program it for the first time. Motivation is the one thing that can help you can guide you for a long time. For example, if you are willing to stay in the community, to help others, motivation can lead you through, can lead you far. That's where the program is about. What about what I actually did? Sorry. With my team, we attended the Django CMS technical committee, and I personally work with RAF and pre-commit. I didn't work with rough before, so I gained lots of new experience, lots of knowledge, and I thought it was a good idea to write it down, just a note for myself. And I also thought that if you write something and you can able to explain in a simple word your new knowledge, that's when you are able to understand if you understand it better. When I started the program, I thought the only way to contribute it was through code, but it was not exactly true. For example, I created a blog, and there were a chance to write updates to Django inside the Django news. What's this? It's where we talk about something that about PR, maybe a fixed vals. Also, there's a way to highlight new contributors, maybe something interesting inside Django forum or Django Discord. And also, I organizing a bi-monthly meeting inside the Django Node space to catch up with others participants. And we talk about something that we just like most. For example, the project we are working on, or maybe I don't know. Once we talk about the origin of the Django pony, for example. And in every journey, there's challenges and achievement. And because I'm not a native speaker, sorry, I'm not a native speaker. I don't have the chance to speak English every day, and I thought it could be a good way to learn it through the community. And also because I was lack of experience, I was worried about to slowing down my team and be a burden to them. But instead, they were very supportive, and they teach me one of my precious advice that I received. And maybe this seems obvious. Maybe this seems obvious, but at the end of the program, I see lots of people that feel the same way. And I ask myself why we like most about don't be afraid to ask questions. Ask many questions if you want, because I realize this is related with the values of the community, of our community. Because if you are welcoming to newcomers, they feel the sense of belonging. Also, there's a place where you can learn and grow. And I thought it was amazing to be a part of this program. And that's why I think community support is important for if you are in a better environment, you can learn more, I think. And also my favorite channel inside the Django Node space was the Win channel, where you can celebrate, for example, your PR has been merged, or maybe your talk has been accepted. Everything can be celebrated. And at the end of the program, my primary goal was to giving back to community. And first of all, I attended with the conference, for example, PyCon, DjangoCon in Europe this year, and also inside PyCon, I've been a coach for Django Girls. I thought it was great to be part of the first step inside Django for others. I still writing updates to Django, and I still encourage the other people to join and authorize themselves. Also between session, because there are, it's going to start third session within between a few weeks, few days. I thought it was a good idea to bonding each other and even between session. So I continue this bi-monthly meeting. But I also plan for the future. I would like to. I'm going to help organizing PyCon in Italy, and I hope you to have convinced you. There's a lot of ways you can contribute based on your time and maybe also of your experience. And if you're willing to start your contribution, I encourage you to submit to Django No Space, or maybe a third-party package that you like most, and if you and maybe you want to guide others to start their journey to contribute inside the package, and please contact the organizer to collaborate. I also would like to thank to thanks all the organizer or every person that have been in a Django Non Space program, because together we are creating a space where we can the feel of belongings. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you so much. Yeah. Thank you, Raffaella.
Thank you.
You had a slide a little bit earlier about questions. Can we see it?
Yeah. I really like this slide.
Can they also ask some questions? Yeah, my question would be about Django Not Space. Is it open? Can people join?
Yeah, the third session of the year is going to start in a few days, but I think there will be in 2025 there will be other session available for everyone can start that are willing to start their contribution journey.
Yeah.
So
So
it's really interesting because also in Django, because it's pretty much early, you don't know where to start maybe, but also maybe you can just start for yourself. But if you are willing to find a mentor, that's really a good idea to sign up for the program.
yeah, I saw there's a lot of Django Not Space activities that are also available on YouTube. You can see some of the
Yeah, I didn't
sessions.
talk about that, but also in Django No Space there's a talk for other people. There, for example, I remember the talk about Daniele Procida that talked about the documentation. Carlton Gibson that talked about the contribution, and maybe that it could became a could become overwhelming sometimes, because you are keep willing to work and then you realize that you are going to work too much, and understand your limits best.
Yeah, and you get to meet them in an online session. These
It was amazing
incredible speakers. Yeah.
to meet in person the people you are just talking about with your with my experience with the program. First of all in online, then in the it was wonderful.
Yeah. Now I can't really see so much. There's a question there.
Yeah. Ooh, microphone. Django Not Space is very international, and you mentioned having a language barrier. And I mean, just the fact that you're standing here, despite saying that you had an English language barrier, is super cool. So, what are your tips for people who, like you, are thinking, like, okay, my English is not good enough, or I need to practice? Like, what would you recommend them do?
just try, because because I also was worried about my English skill, but I think also to keep that advice when you don't know, you don't understand the thing. Also try to use some tools, but I think when I first write my first blog, I use I trusted too much Google Translate, and it wasn't a good idea. But if you are asking again to ask explain the things in other words, maybe if they are welcoming and they are empathic, they can really help you.
Yeah. Next question. There is one in the back and one in the front as well. Yeah.
Okay, I'll go ahead then. Thank you so much for your talk. I think it's really, really valuable to share things like this, and I think you've definitely achieved your goal of giving something back to the community, you know, with organizing PyCon Italy and giving this talk, among other things. And in your talk, you mentioned that you were afraid of being a burden to your team because you were less experienced and you were afraid of like holding them back. And that's really relatable for, you know, in your kind of first years. So I wondered if you have any advice for, not for the new person, but for maybe the more experienced people in a team, of how they can make the new person feel less like a burden.
First of all, try to ask to reply to question. Maybe they are not at the first. I wasn't so prone to ask question. Maybe if you I don't know, maybe every once in a while you're asking, are you okay? You are just working. I know you are working on this topic, on this problem. Are you okay? How is going? Maybe they'll if you are sincere, I think they can feel your sincerity to help, and maybe they reply to them to your sincerity.
Thanks.
There's another question. Oh.
Thank you so much
Lots
for your
of
talk.
questions.
I understand that Django Note is meant to help new contributors to Django who might not have much experience. So I'm thinking maybe there are many here who feel like they are very well experienced with Django. How can they contribute to Django Note space?
They can become a navigator. That is a figure of the mentor, and but also you can join you can ask to organizer to join as an astronomer. That is a figure that is well experienced in Django, and maybe he also can join the server and contribute to the community, even though he is not a navigator. For example, navigator is the one person that is going to guide the team. But for example, for the astronomer, is a part of the community, but it's not guide the others for 8 weeks.
There's another question here in the front. Yeah.
Yes. So you had the slide about the important things for being a contributor, and the number one most important was resilience, which I think is probably very true, especially for Django. How did you manage that, and did you get any help? Was it like a topic that was addressed specifically?
Specifically for resilience?
Yeah.
resilience, maybe I don't know, maybe be patient also to yourself, because if you are willing to merge your PR as fast as you can, and you don't reach the goal to merge in, I don't know, between 2 weeks, you have to be patient for yourself. It is not going to work in this way, because in Django, it's pretty mature. It's 19 years old. It's released. It was released 19 years old, so it's huge. It's also maybe the key of their success of Django.
Yeah, it's turning 20 next year. Yeah, we have time for another question. Sure.
Hello there. Thank you for the talk. You had a slide mentioning the hashtag wins. What's a contribution that you yourself are proud of?
Maybe my first one. I don't know. Maybe it's just an obvious reply, but the first one I was when I joined the program. I was worried about how many times I have to do before my PR was ready to be reviewed, but also it was really easy. And then when I watched my first PR, I thought it was an easy thing. But when I work on it the first time, I feel the sense of excitement, of enjoyment. Oh, this was my first PR, and it was also merged. Yeah, but and that's what I think is the best through your journey, because every steps you make, you can able to watch at your first, and you can feel the path, how many things you have been created for you, and also my hope is also for community, to be able to be helpful for community, for maybe for others.
We do have time for more questions, but wow, you're getting a lot of questions.
Exciting, because it was the first ever talk, and I was worried that no one interested in it.
I hope you have a lot of energy for a long day. I guess there will be people asking you questions about the program.
We can chat.
I think there's also other people in the room who have been in Django Not Space. At least one, I know. Yeah. For someone who already maybe has done some Django, I know there's a fair amount of people in the room who have done some Django before and maybe not contributed to Django itself. Can you also join the Django Not Space as a normal student, Django Not, with that in mind, that you want to learn to contribute to Django, but maybe you already use it for a long time?
So you basically you have used Django for a long time, but you want to become a contributor.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good idea, because first, if you are learning Django, and then you make a step further to start a contributor, maybe your experience, I don't know how many years you can have, it can really help you for other tasks inside contribution.
Yeah. So knowing Django already is is actually great. Also, yeah. Were there any questions from the internet audiences? otherwise, we're close to starting the next talk. And thank you so much for sharing all this with us.
Thank you.
And yeah, big thanks to the whole Django Not Space team as well for starting this. Michael, you're welcome up here on stage. And welcome on stage, Mike. Thanks so much for coming. I suggest that we start by giving you a big applause. Stage is yours.
You should save that until I've actually said something. All right, thank you. I'm going to talk about. Sorry, is that working? You hear me okay? Yeah. I'm going to talk about some of the process we're going through at work to get rid of our old legacy monolith and move it into a Python Django architecture. Something we're very much in the early middle of. So who am I? If you recognise what that is, I know roughly how old you are. That's what I started coding on. I've had most roles over the years and spent a lot of time as a legacy coder. We'll get to that in a bit. And these days I'm pretty much Python and Django. So I'm on Blue Sky and Mastodon. Technically still on Twitter, but haven't been on there for months. So this is our legacy system, the traditional big ball of, we'll say mud. That's a little unfair, and it's more really people's perception of the legacy system. It is big. It does an awful lot of stuff. It's been around since, I think, 92 on our site. So there's an awful lot of convoluted code weaving its way in and out. Does multiple different things. So there is a lot of code complexity in there. On a very basic level, it kind of looks something like this. We've got the monolith in the middle. There's 1,000 other systems that it kind of integrates with in various interesting ways. Flat files, SOAPs, APIs, hundreds of users, most of them kind of customer care representatives or things for the company, but lots of business people as well. And we have the database, which is not a relational database management system. It's essentially a load of flat files. So that's what we've been working with. A little bit more complicated than that. So that's essentially what we've been working with for many, many years. And a lot of these systems that we integrate with they're also dinosaurs, and probably will stay that way for a lot longer because they work. Some of them are really small. Some of them probably don't have anyone actually actively maintaining them because that person left 15 years ago, but you know, I think you all know how that is. So this discussion's been ongoing for many, many years. But the cons of the current system, the code is complex, different areas, very heavily tied together. The legacy language that it's written in, I won't go into that here, ask me later if you're interested. It's dying. There are very few consultants available for it. So it's hard to get hold of people. In fact, I think we've got most of them. And recently the licensing costs shot through the roof, largely because the company that owns it knows that it's dying and are trying to squeeze the last few dollars out of it. However, there are an awful lot of pros with it as well. It is very quick to develop in, quicker than any other of their in-house systems, despite the fact that it's probably larger than any of the other in-house systems. The database, the flat file one I was talking about, it's an ISOM-based database, CISOM to be specific. It's very, very quick for both read and write. Obviously, it's not relational, as I said. You've got to maintain the relationships yourself. And because it's been around for over 30 years, most things are solved problems. An awful lot of new business demands that come along can be met with, you know, configuration and minor tweaks here and there. I don't know why I put that last one into prose. Yeah, that's not really a pro. It can't really be moved into that. Yeah, maybe, but that's not something I'd want to attempt. So, what were the options here? They want to swap it out for many reasons. So the options are do nothing, which should always be an option. It should always be the first option. Do we really actually want to do this, to do anything here, or are we okay as it is? Do we build a new monolith, or do we start looking at a distributed architecture with services and blah, blah, blah? So, excuse me. So the do nothing option, yeah. I mentioned there aren't many consultants left for this language. Most of them are kind of around my age, so in the next 5 to 10 years, people are looking at retirement and dropping out of the team. And that would leave them in a bit of a bind. And the huge support costs I mentioned earlier have led to us going out of support with the language itself, which isn't a problem from a development point of view. Isn't really a problem for the team, because, like I say, most things are solved problems, and we can sort things out ourselves if we need to. But enterprise companies do not like being out of support. They like to have that box ticked. So this wasn't an option, and we did kind of know that, because they've tried to swap this out 3 or 4 times over the years, and it hasn't really gone very well. So option 2, build a new monolith in a new stack. It doesn't solve the problem of code complexity. That would all still be there. We've got all of that stuff. It doesn't enforce the separation of concerns. We could have gone the modular monolith routes, built the monolith, separated everything into smaller apps, and tried to enforce that. But the risk of leaking across the boundaries there and just ending up with the same big ball of mud in a different language was very real, I think. So, more to the point, it would still be a single team, probably maintaining the single system there. And I'd say this is a huge system. It's billing, invoicing, customer care, general ledger, inventory stuff, and dozens of other things. So all things that don't necessarily, normally hang together. So not an impossible idea, but perhaps not the ideal one from an organisational point of view. So the third one was build a more distributed architecture. The main benefit of that being that we could have multiple teams with smaller areas of responsibility, more easily manageable systems. If any of those ones needed swapping out in the future for something, that will be a lot easier to do rather than having to deal with this massive legacy monolith again a second time in 10, 15 years. But moving to services or microservices, you're swapping code complexity for architectural complexity. The complexity doesn't disappear, it just moves into a different area. And microservices themselves should not be seen as a solution to system complexity in any way. They're a solution to organizational complexity. They make it easier to manage things in teams, smaller teams, more focused teams. But this was a preferred option. And going into the analysis, we did kind of know this was a preferred option as well. This was largely what was talked about from the beginning, but this is the route that we're going, and probably the route most people would have expected from the start. So, So the proposed stack, pretty standard for this room, probably Python, Django, Postgres, Redis, Rabbit, Celery. Initially, we're talking about deploying everything onto the same server as the current monolith, because that was our server. But with making sure we keep one eye on what we can deploy to AWS, they're very much on a cloud transformation journey at this point. So things are being slowly moved into the cloud at work. But starting this new project straight in the cloud wasn't quite on the cards there. So initial deployments all to the same server, which isn't a problem. It's a huge server. So. And we're talking about not so much microservices, but sort of macro services, to coin a new phrase. 8 to 10, I think we might be on 11 or 12 actually at this point, that reflect kind of the core functionality of the legacy system there. So we're talking 10, 11 smaller monoliths essentially, each running as their own service. More would be breaking up into too many, creating too many future teams, and making it a little bit pointless, adding unnecessary complexity to the architecture and all the communication and everything. So we thought this was a good goal, and manageable from an organizational point of view. And event-driven communication via using RabbitMQ as a message broker. What am I doing for time? Okay, so what did we start with on the knowledge base? We had all the domain knowledge and experience there, because these people, we've been working with this legacy system for a long time. Little to no Python or Django experience, and very little experience around distributed architecture within the team. That is, there is some within the company, but not so much within the team, because it's tied to this existing legacy monolith. So at the beginning, excuse me, velocity was prioritized, and we started building to get a proof of concept out. Just to show that we could actually deliver something. Initial functionality was all built around Django admin. If you've seen some red flags, I understand that. But the idea being to make as few changes as possible to the existing monolith, because the goal is obviously to decommission it. Something we're still not sure if we'll actually do long term, if it will ever fully go away. We're not sure yet. And we've been sharing databases to a certain extent, to avoid some certain bits of architectural complexity and speed up the development. And that kind of worked for a while. A little later into the process, it's been going for about, what have we been doing now for 2.5 to 3 years, something, I think. So we got a bit more knowledge in the team now. We've got a couple of new Python Django resources on board, including me. Some of the existing team members have had training. A lot of the existing legacy coders are still very much used to some more procedural based code. OO concepts can be a little confusing sometimes, just because they're not used to it. So there's a lot of reliance on reading across databases, and I'm also talking about to the legacy database here. We've got drivers in to read some data from there that we haven't yet migrated into the new things. That's the less problematic part, to be honest. Everything's still being done via Django admin at this point. This isn't now, this is a little while back, with no real front end other than sort of login stuff and things. And we don't have tests at this point, because velocity, prioritizing velocity kind of, precludes writing tests because tests take time. So next step. I'm hoping you learn from what we did wrong as well as what we did right here, just to be clear. So next step, okay, what patterns are we looking at here? So what we've done is we've introduced domain models for the core information concepts, and here we're getting into the some domain-driven design stuff. So if you took a photo of Joseph's slide earlier when he's talking about some of this stuff, now it's time to take it out and look at it sneakily. So we've created domain models for the core information concepts. Ours are just data classes for the domain models, we're not using Pydantic, just because that would have been another new thing to introduce to the team, I think. And the data classes stuff that we've got are working just fine. I don't see any issues with that. So we're also using the service repository pattern here. The repositories are mostly a wrapper around the Django ORM stuff, but they should allow us to also put some more complex SQL stuff in there later if we need to, and hide some of the slightly weirder things that might be going on with these cross-database reads until we can factor that stuff out later on. So at least that's all self-contained in one place. And the services, as Joseph mentioned, that they're largely the business logic side of things there. So we're using Celery for asynchronous tasks, and also integrating with the RabbitMQ stuff, and introducing PubSub for some communication between the services. Do I need to skip a couple of slides? Possibly. Very quickly, your code would look something like this. You'd create a domain object, you'd get your service, you'd call a method on the service which handles business logic, you'd see if there were any errors for that, and you'd handle them. So your main code will just be, and if you know the reference for that, you probably know what the ZX81 was as well. And you're probably British, actually, in fairness. All right, so this is kind of what the current architecture looks like. We've got the monolith over there, we've got the Postgres database there, we've got our new services marked with a little snake, old ones with a dinosaur, all that sort of stuff. So everything's reading Postgres, we've got some APIs coming in, but we've also got some legacy database reads going on from the services. Yeah, it's not ideal. But it is working at this point. So the next step is introducing the PubSub architecture. So we get RabbitMQ in place. We use the outbox pattern at this point. So we put messages into a specific table, and we've got a worker that just picks them up out the table and shoves and pushes them to RabbitMQ, to a RabbitMQ exchange. We got PubSub worker, which is subscribing to in each service. This is only in one service at this point. We're trying to roll it out to the others now. So we've got PubSub worker, or more than one probably, which will subscribe to various queues in RabbitMQ that it needs. All integrated with Celery. Celery is calling in some places into APIs into the legacy database. We've still got the legacy database reads going on. We've still got some Postgres sharing going on, and we haven't done anything with any of this stuff down here. final goal looks a little bit more like this, which is we've still got our pub sub stuff with all the services on the left-hand side, but now we've very much got this kind of separation. We've done away with these this database sharing and the legacy reads, and we've kind of wrapped the legacy system in our own broker service, which allows the legacy system to throw things into an outbox and sort of create their own and actually interact with RabbitMQ and be part of this pub sub architecture, something it can't do natively. So we're having to write our own broker for that, to handle that stuff. That will also, the broker, it's also intended that will sort of act as an API gateway a little bit into the legacy system, which will also allow us better to control some of these incoming APIs and perhaps apply things like the strangler pattern later on to start moving things around when we need to, because then we can redirect stuff a little bit better. And of course, that's actually the goal. We don't want all that stuff still communicating directly with the legacy system. We want that coming in, calling the APIs or integrating with RabbitMQ. So all that stuff needs to move to one of those two other things on the left, but that's probably a lot further down the line. And they're not systems I'm dealing with, so I'm just sort of going la 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 for that. So the biggest risk of this, and this is very subjectively, in my opinion, it's not something everyone agrees with, but I think the biggest risk that I see is that we partially deliver the new architecture. We lack some of these service boundaries that are sitting in place, but it's all deemed good enough by the business, who see everything hanging together and actually working without really seeing what's going on underneath. Which means what we've ended up doing is kind of extending the existing monolith, so it's now exponentially more complicated and now includes Python, Django, RabbitMQ, Celery, Redis, lots of other things, which is, not ideal. We still have all, if that happens, we still have all the problems from the earlier slide about licensing, available consultants, all the other stuff. So all the organizational problems would still be there, but it depends a little bit on how much we actually get out and into the new stuff. So for anyone going through this, some thoughts about how to sort of maximize your chances of success if you are doing it. Get the buy-in. Don't try and do this sort of part-time with a group of people that know the business side well, but we suffer a little bit from people getting pulled off the new stuff to go and work on the legacy system all the time, because obviously, again, not that many consultants available with that knowledge, so there's this constant pull to take resources off. So make sure the buy-in is there. A proof of concept is good, but it does need to prove something. And once you've proved that, move on. And make sure you've got these dedicated resources. As I say, we do suffer a little bit from that one. I'm building a temporary solution with, quote unquote, bad architecture. Again, not everyone agrees with my definition of bad here when I'm discussing this, but make sure that you're planning in the next step to actually clean this up. Yes, we're doing this temporarily. Yes, it will be like that for 6 months, but then this is happening. We're getting rid of it, and it's an intermediate step to get to the end goal. Do it sooner rather than later, otherwise it becomes part of the processes and it's a lot harder to remove. So, and do establish areas of responsibility with other internal systems. Who's responsible for for what, for which APIs, and where they're being called and communicated. So. On the resource front, as I mentioned, we didn't really have the Python Django resources at the beginning. Find out who wants to learn the new tech and who doesn't. Some people are very keen on doing that. Some people are less keen on doing that. There's little point in having the less keen ones do it, because they've got all the business knowledge. Use them for the business knowledge in that case. So. And try and make sure that you're a little bit in line with Raffaella's talk earlier. Try and sort of make sure people have got mentors or someone to help and guide them through things as they're doing sort of foundational changes, if they're still new to a lot of this stuff. So. A little bit further reading. Yeah, more for time. If you've not seen these ones before, definitely worth doing. Both the Sam Newman books and the Cosmic Python one there have been very helpful. There's a few domain-driven design ones as well, so which are quite good. But I think these are the main ones to think about. So, and I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. So you referring back to the early days when this decision was made, can you remember some of the reasons why Django was chosen for this task?
Yeah, it was actually one of the devs on our team was pushing very hard for Django, because he'd started using it a little bit earlier and liked it. We got a proof of concept up and running, and yeah, they liked it. So the Python Django, and Python was an improved technology already at the company, which helped. So they've got a list of languages and tools and all sorts of things which you are allowed to use, and if it's not on the list, you have to try and get it approved. Python was already there, so that made life a bit easier. So, yeah.
Is there a question? There's a question there. Oh, and there, and oh, there, and there. Yes.
Thanks a lot for the talk. And you mentioned that you're still lacking a front end. What is it that you're sort of missing from the Django admin that cannot be built on top of the Django admin?
There's nothing that can't be built on the Django admin, I don't think, in that sense. But as we're trying to sort of refactor some of this stuff, having everything in the Django admin becomes very hard to build tests for. Yeah, we are starting with tests now, yes. Yeah, we have some tests. I've got the one I'm managing is up to about 60% coverage now on unit tests, and there's a couple of the other services I've got. They're writing some end-to-end tests for them at the moment. So that's positive. But yeah, the Django admin side, that makes it very hard to actually test properly, and also we are. Because we've still got a lot of integration going on with the old system here and things, it's that trying to pull other data into admin also becomes a little bit complex. So we do have a little bit of front end at the moment. I did the first front end stuff other than the login side last year. So we've got a few front end screens on there, and we're using HTMX for. Because there isn't really any JavaScript knowledge, or not a lot of JavaScript knowledge in the team either. So, but HTMX seems to be working nicely with some caveats. But so we are moving on the front end stuff, I think, and yeah, a lot of it could be done lot of it could be done in admin, but having recently refactored some stuff out of admin, the hoops you had to jump through to get some of this working, it's not worth it. Do it in the front end to start with if you've got that possibility. Yeah.
Yeah, we had a lot more questions. Let's be good with the time. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much for your talk. My question, you've partly answered it. I was going to ask whether you've done any automated testing, but I think it's handled now.
Yes, well, it's handled is a relative term, but yes, we are doing some now. They've got Jenkins is their CI tool of choice at work. So one of our services is now hooked into Jenkins, so it will run both linting and automated test on the pull requests. So you can't merge to main unless they've passed. That's for the moment. That's only on one repository. Yeah.
Thanks for the talk, and that was a nice segue into my question, which is, you didn't mention any challenges around version management, development process, release management. Has there been, like a change there?
What do you mean a change from?
As in, are there differences to how the dinosaur was built and
developed?
developed?
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, most definitely. That had very, very custom release processes, which really don't align with anything that we're doing with this stuff now. The release process we got at this point is fairly simple because we basically tag the main branch with a date-based release tag, and then we check out that tag in the production environment when we're doing it. So essentially, there are some challenges there because the repository definition for the legacy file system sometimes gets regenerated, and that's sitting in the repositories at the moment, which means Git technically looks out of sync. That's something that we need to change. So there are challenges with the release process. But at this point, we're keeping it as simple as possible. I anticipate it changing at some point the first time we have to start doing something with AWS. So, and at that point, I don't know if we'll be moving to Docker-based deployment or something else. They do have a Kubernetes cluster at work, so maybe we'll be using that. I don't know.
We don't have so much more time, so I think we have to just take one question, and then how do we pick that one question? There were, I saw two hands before. We take the first hand then.
Yeah, my question is a really small one. Thank you for the great talk. And you mentioned that your team back in the days wasn't really deeply familiar with microservice concepts.
Yeah.
And my question is, how much time has passed since you first decided to change your architecture until you developed your first proof of concept, and how big the team was?
The proof of concept we had before we actually started writing anything the first time. I've worked at this place a few times, and I had a gap in the middle when I wasn't there, which is where they started things, and then I came back. But the proof of concept was there before we started building the main stuff, and that was very much just, here's a service, we're deploying it, and we didn't have any of the architectural complexity in place then. We didn't have PubSub, we didn't have any of that. I did the Rabbit stuff early last year for one of the services for that. So that was when Rabbit and Celery came in for things like that. So the architectural complexity and the true microservices architecture has only really started coming into play in the last sort of 12 months or so. 12, 15 months, something like that. If that answers your question, I'm not sure. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry that we don't have time for any more questions, but you'll be around for more.
Yes.
I'm sure. Really nice diagrams on the slides, by the way.
Oh, thank you.
I hope Danny is here. Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah. Will this talk be about that? Welcome on stage, Benny.
Thank you. Just a second. Let me set up this. Whoa. Okay.
We'll do it again. Welcome on stage, Danny. Big hand.
Thank you. Hi everyone. Like I said, I will talk about Django migrations. Are they a friend or maybe not always? And how to optimize them from testing. Quick words about me. I am Danny, the one on the right, if you are unsure on which one. And I'm a full stack developer working with everything. JavaScript, sorry for that. Python, a little bit of Go and Rust recently. And I work remotely for Fingerprint from Italy. But first thing first, I'm the last thing separating you from the lunch break, so please don't think about food. Food. Forget about food for a moment. So let's talk about migrations. Migrations are a way to propagate changes to models into your database schema. And in Django, we have useful commands for migrations. For example, make migrations, migrate, show migration, and SQL migrate. Let's inspect each one of them. The first one, make migrations, creates new migrations for your Django application. And the syntax is this one. So you can create optionally an empty migration, customizing it with your Python code. And you can even define a custom name for your migration. Otherwise, Django will automatically suggest your migration name. Oh, wait, my computer will start in 30 seconds. Not now. Not now, sorry. Okay, so make migrations. Let's try with a custom model called, pizza. Well, let's create some sort of Twitter for your favorite pizza. So you create your pizza model with created by, linking to a user, created at, date time, and a text field. The text field will contain a validator to check that you won't place in the text pineapple because it's against the law. I'm sorry, I'm from Italy and it's against the law. Over there, I don't know, here. After that, you can create your migration, and in your Django directory, in your project directories, you can find your initial Python file containing the migration. Inside your migration file, you may see that you have this class migration with initial equals to true because it's the first migration of the project, and then a list of dependencies, just one in this case, because we are relying on the auth user model. And apart from that, a list of operations. Again, just one in this case because we are creating our model. Then you can use migrate to apply your change to the database schema, specifying optionally the application label and also the migration name. So if you just want to apply all migrations to your database, you just run migrate. Otherwise, you can select migrate, application name, admin in this case, and 0 in order to roll back everything to the beginning without models applied to the database. And you can even move forward and backward between migration, specifying the migration name, the full name, or just the number. And then, again, apply all migrations to your admin. But how does this work under the hood? In your database, you will have a Django migrations table containing these fields. And in the table, you may see a list of applications, migration names, and the date time when they've been applied to the database. So you can see in every point of time which migrations have been applied to your database. If you're lazy, like me, instead of opening your database and navigate through tables and data, you can use show migrations, and you will have a list, in this case by application, a list of migrations with a tick if the migration has already been applied to the database. Other than this, if you want to inspect the migration code on your database, you can use SQL migrate in order to see the SQL statement of a migration. Please note that every single migration will happen in a transaction. So before every migration SQL code, you can see begin and commit and the end, because every single migration happens in a transaction. Because if something goes wrong in here, then everything will be rolled back before the migration without leaving you in a state, in a wrong state, so you can always retry the migration, correct your code and retry the migration. Now, what if you want to increase the length of a field? Well, you increase the field in your model, you create another migration, you can inspect the migration, you can see that this is not the initial migration, it relies on the first one initial, and it contains the alter field instruction. The SQL migrate will show you begin SQL command and commit, and then you can apply the migration. Pretty easy, right? But what if you want to add further changes? For example, enable pizza like or repizzas, retweets for old school tweeters. And if you forgot things or you want to enable new models, then you can create another model, make changes to your database, and create another migration. And with show migrations, you end up in having a list like this one that you can apply or unapply when you want. But now, stop for real talking about food and talk about a more real application, for example, a shop application. Because what if your customers need a shop application handling customers? Then it asks you to add an is premium field to customer, just a Boolean field. Then you create everything. You create dedicated shipping addresses because each customer may have different shipping addresses. Then you need to migrate the data from the customer model with a single address in it to the new model. And then you need to remove the customer shipping fields. So let's see the highlighted point. What if you want to create custom code? Well, you can create an empty migration, and inside it you can run Python code with this syntax here. If you don't want to run, for example, the backward function, you can add migration run Python no hope. So you can specify that you don't want to run custom code when rolling back the migration. And the migration code will be something like that. So a forward function with a schema editor that you can use to extract the database alias in order to use it to extract data from the database. And in this case, the customer model will use the model in that specific point of time during the migration, and not the current model in your Python code, because when you deploy your last code, last version of the model, but in this case, in the migration, you need the current model, not the last one. And you can use it like this. Now the customer calls you or emails you and asks for other changes. For example, oh, I need to increase the length of the shipping address because I want to ship in an exotic place with a long address, or add models, add fields, and stuff like that. And then you may need to rename a field. In order to rename a field, if the migration contains just that change, you can just rename the field in your model, run make migrations, and Django automatically detects that the field name has been changed and will propose you to rename it. Then, if you want to provide initial data for your tables, you don't want to, but you can create a migration, creating data inside the migration. Or even better, you can create fixture files containing your data. Fixture files are like JSON files that you can dump directly from your database using dump data and the application and the table name in a JSON file, and it will contain code like that, included a primary key for each record. Then, if you want to load data from those JSON, you can use load data, application name, and the fixture name. But what if you if you are afraid to forget to run this command when deploying? Well, you can call load data inside a migration, a custom migration, using the call command imported from Django Core Management, and loading data in the same way inside the migration. So you can forget about writing documentation. No, please, never forget about writing documentation. And what about tests? Well, in tests, in your test case, you just need to add fixtures with a list of fixture file names, and that's it. You will find your data inside your test database. But now we have a lot of migrations in our application. And of course, during development and deploy, they are great because you apply just the migrations you need. While in tests, it's a different thing. As a disclaimer, timings may change from laptop to laptop. So next slide, time was taken from my previous laptop, but it's similar to this one. So running tests, simple tests for these demo applications. With 20 applications like shop, it takes just 1 second. So that's it. You may ask, why are you talking about optimizing 1 second of tests on 20 applications? Well, when we deployed the working project on GitHub, we were using GitHub Actions, and we pay for the time we use for actions. The problem was that this single second in reality was like 30 seconds roughly, because 20 seconds for creating the test database and just 1 second for running tests. Okay, single execution in a single day, not a problem. But what if you have a lot of these tests running during your month? Then you can exceed your pro period and you need to buy the enterprise one. So how can you optimize them? A first workaround is to set migrate equal to false in your Django settings file. And when set to false, migration won't run when creating the test database, because it creates the database from starting from your model. It should be perfect, right? Well, not exactly, because this one, okay, it's a single line change and it doesn't run migrations during tests, but it's like make migrations, so it needs to analyze your models and create migration, and then migrate before running tests. So in our case, it adds 5 seconds in your test execution time. Another workaround is keepdb. So when you run tests, you can add this option here, and this will preserve the test database without deleting it between test runs. If it doesn't exist, then it will be created the first time, and other migrations in the in future test runs will be applied in order to keep it up to date. Pros and cons. Well, running tests locally, it's perfect because it saves 20 seconds for each test run, because it keeps your database structure intact. Not a real problem, but primary key values are not reset between tests, and they can increase ad infinitum. So they can become really big, and if you are running a lot of tests, every single commit, every single code change, well, they can overflow. Yeah. The worst thing is that it's not easy to configure this in your CI/CD, because you either need to cache or create artifacts in your GitHub workflows, and this takes time too, so it's not a real solution. Or you can use an external test database, maybe a better solution. Or, thanks to a friend, you can use Django Migration CI, that it make easier for you to configure an external database, for example on AWS or somewhere else. Another solution, thanks to Carl Frederick for suggesting me this solution. Another solution is to use a seed database. So you run migrations against an empty database. You dump the content of the database to a SQL file, and then you add the file to your code tree and you restore the file on your CI database before running tests. This is faster than loading it or recreating it. So, what about performances? Well, with migrate equal false, 5 seconds more. keepdb in local, 0 seconds for creating the test database, so yeah. But on GitHub Actions, using a seeddb and keepdb, so without recreating it, then you can spend just 2 seconds to run tests, run creation db, and then 1 second for the tests. Now, we can end here this talk, but we want to talk about squash migrations. This is another command inside Django Manage PI that squash an existing set of migrations into a single new one. Let's try to apply it to our shop application, and let's try to compress our 26 migrations into a single one. You can have a couple of warnings. So, for example, if you have custom Django function, forward and backward, you need to copy them, because it's not an automatic thing with this Django version. Maybe in the future will be. So you need to copy-paste your forward and backward function for each migration file inside the squash and migration file and optimize it for that. And then inside your migration file, you can see that at the beginning of the file, it contains replaces with a list of migration names, your 26 migration files. The recommended process is to squash, keeping all files, commit and release. So in your Django migrations table, it will be added the last line containing all the squash and migration, the single file with the squash and migration. Wait until all systems are upgraded with the new release, and then you can remove old migration files, commit and do a second release. If everything is fine, then you can transition the squashed migration file to a normal file, removing all migration file it replaces, updating all migrations that depends on the other one and moving them depending to this one, and remove your replace attribute on top of your migration code. Then, if you like, you can prune all references to deleted migration with this command here. Let's test performances after squashing. Oh, you spent a lot of time squashing migration, copy, pasting code, but 90 seconds, just 1 second saved from before. Well, this wasn't a solution. So what's the point? Well, the point is with squash migration, you can move back from having several hundred migrations to just a few, because if you are like me that prefer to do small changes in your project, create migration, apply migration, and go on, then before your pull request to the main branch, you will end up in having a lot of migration files. And if you want to make it easy for reviewers to review your code, you may want to squash them in a single migration file. Oh, but you wanted to speed up tests? Well, we have a couple of solutions from before, so like the CDB. But if you really, really want to speed up tests in another exotic way, so creating everything from scratch, using as an inspiration the squash migration file, so using replaces and a list of migration, removing everything and recreating everything from scratch with a single migration. Well, I tried that road. Don't follow me, but if you want it, then let's talk about it during the lunch break. The timing is, well, you can save seconds, but it's not the best solution in the list, because recreating everything with a single migration will save you 15 seconds in this case, but the best one is the CDB. So after all of these tries, I've won. I found a perfect way of optimizing migrations for tests, but at what cost? Well, it took a couple of weeks, maybe a little bit more, on my job to create this. So I don't know if spending maybe 2-3 weeks of my salary for my company was better than paying for the enterprise chunk of GitHub. I don't know. Not a problem for me. Because I learned a lot. I learned a lot of strange and exotic way to work with migrations, and I hope in your case this will save you from spending a lot of time trying things in order to check the perfect way to achieve this. And thank you for being here. Thank you for the organizers from having me. And if you want to take a look at the example repository, it's over there.
Thank you. We have time for like one question. Does anyone dare to stand in between crowd and it's lunch. I don't know.
Sorry, people. Don't add me on internet. Danny, a lovely talk, very useful. I was thinking about the CDB, which I think is probably now your favorite. But with CDB, you're basically creating a database dump, it feels like. And my first thought is, how is that going to work when there are multiple developers doing multiple feature branches, doing multiple migrations, and then who's going to do that CDB reset thing?
Yeah, thank you for your question. Well, you need to remember, at least, to create or update the CDB after every merge to your main branch or develop branch if you have multiple deploy branches. Otherwise, you will end up in having maybe a not up-to-date CDB, but at least it will contain your basic structure and it will apply just a few migrations and not all of them. So it's better to remember to update it every time you change something in your migrations, every time you change or add a new migration file. But if you don't remember to do it, then it's not so big of an issue. But it's better for us. We try to remember to update our CDB after every, in our case, after every merge to our develop branch. That is the main develop branch before going to production. But yeah, it's a manual thing, so you need to remember. Or yeah, we can actually create, well, that's a nice idea. We can create a GitHub action, for example, checking if in the merge request there is a migration change, and then it will restore the database, recreate it, and commit it to a new pull request. So that's a good idea. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. So, thank you so much, Danny. Want to give you another big applause for
Thank you.
an amazing talk. Thank you. I want to say a few things about this lunch that you hinted in the talk. It's unfortunately cancelled.
Oh,
no. It's downstairs, and it's going to be served on a lot of different tables. You've already seen them in the morning. Please find a seat with some nice people, and then the dinner will come to each table. So you just be seated, and some nice people will bring around food. And we're going to eat a Cambodian vegetable curry with rice. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, and then I think we'll call you up some 5 minutes before the end. So we have lunch now from 12 to 1 o'clock.
Is there any meat in the curry?
No, this is a vegan thing that should be one size fits all.
Yeah.
Welcome back from the lunch. I hope it was good. And welcome on stage, Rosamund. We made a little grouping here for the next 2 talks. They will be about sort of the theme of maps. And we're very excited to have you here. Keep forgetting to thank people for their traveling efforts as well. You have made a traveling effort, and the 4 speakers from the before the lunch have also made huge traveling efforts, so thank you for that. And really excited about the talk here. I think we should start by giving Rosamund a big hand.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. I'm very excited because this is not only my first talk, but also my first time in Denmark. So, yeah. This is really cool. And yeah, today I'm going to be talking to you about a passion project of mine and how I am mapping out Berlin's female history with Django and Leaflet.js. So just to walk you through a few of the topics or a few of the kind of headings of today. First, I'm going to introduce myself and how that sort of relates to the project. Then I'm going to talk about what my project is about and why I made it. How did I build it? So like what frameworks and stuff did I use? And then I'm going to show a couple of snippets from the project and then sort of flash forward and talk about what I might do with it in the future. So just to introduce myself, my name is Rosamund Mather. I am a developer. I'm from the UK originally, but I've been living in Berlin for the past 10 years. And my path into programming is quite unusual. So I studied modern languages, including German, hence Berlin. And I started off my career as a translator, copywriter, editor, sort of anything to do with the written word. And I did that for about 5 years. And then I guess sort of fate stepped in, and I randomly decided to attend a Django Girls workshop in Berlin, which was very challenging, but I sort of stuck at it. And I ended up actually getting a non-developer job with one of the companies that was sponsoring the workshop. And if we flash forward 2 years later, I started my first junior developer role at that same company. And that may seem like quite a jump, and I guess it is. I don't really want to dwell on the details for now, because just for the sake of time, but if you are interested in how I did that, we can chat at the end. And so what do I do now? I work at Ambient, which is a software development agency based in Cologne, Germany. And yeah, thanks to them for making it possible for me to travel here and give my talk. And one of the cool things they do is they host the Django meetup in Cologne. Yeah, so there I work in an agile-ish team, working mainly with Django and React. And yeah, we're pretty cool, so you should check us out. So now for my project. It is a website called Named After Women, and as you might guess, it shows a map of all the streets in Berlin that are named after women. So it has like this interactive map, and if you click a marker on the map, it opens like a popover, which then leads to a page kind of dedicated to that street or the person it's named after, and describes like the key info and their kind of story. So the streets are named after like quite a wide range of people. So that's like writers, politicians, artists. There are quite a few members of the resistance during World War II as well. So yeah, needless to say, some of the stories are quite tragic and sad, but I think that's all the more reason that they need to be remembered and not sort of disappear into oblivion. And so I'm doing this project all on my own. It was kind of my idea, and I want to have like full control over it. So I'm not only doing like sort of the planning and the development and everything, but also like the content. So I'm kind of really letting my like translation and writing skills come in there. And it's something I thought of during the lockdowns, when I really wanted like a reason to get out of the house and go for a walk and be like all I need a goal, and then I started noticing like the patterns of like the street signs and being like, oh, it'd be nice to like go there and take a picture for my website. So I did that for like a couple of years maybe, and then I finally deployed it last year. So who is the project actually for, apart from myself? So the goal, as I said, is to catalog all the streets named in Berlin, named after women in Berlin. Why do I want to do that? It's because the gender gap in the streets is quite big. It's said that something like 12,000 streets in Berlin are named after men, compared to up to 600 that are named after women. And, you know, obviously this doesn't mean that women's contributions are less worthy of recognition, it just means they've been recognized less. And so what I also want to do is provide this maybe relatively unknown history and context about Berlin and its past residents that's accessible in a way to English speakers, because some of the names that are like on the signs might be quite familiar to Germans, like maybe they learned about it in school or something, but some of the information about them is only like available in German, so that's one thing. And not only is Berlin like a pretty international city with a lot of people who might not have such a good command of German, but kind of, I would say, worldwide there is quite an interest in Berlin and its history. And this is an example of one of the signs of Mai Ayem. She was a black German poet, and she coined the Afrodeutsche movement, so like this movement of like black Germans and kind of creating this, a name for this culture. And sort of the section that my project falls under is digital humanities, which is this massive umbrella of sort of this massive discipline, let's say. And as you might guess, it is the intersection of technology and humanities, so history, languages, and so on. And yeah, it's like you can do masters and PhD programs about it. So some of the things you could do with it is like a digital archive for like cultural artifacts in a museum maybe, or you might be able to apply AI techniques to analyze insights from primary and secondary sources. Just a sec. Hope you didn't all hear me slurping my drink. So moving on from kind of the thesis of the project to the technical part. I don't think I'm going to have to work very hard to convince you about why I chose Django. It was just like a very natural and familiar choice. As I said, I got my start with Django Girls, and it's kind of accompanied me on my career ever since. At the point when I was kind of ideating about the project though, I hadn't ever built my own API from scratch with the REST framework. So that was sort of a goal, like a good practice. And then for the front end, I'm using React. Yeah, again, I was pretty new to this when I started the project, and I was kind of like, oh, I should probably learn some front end. I definitely didn't think I would be using it professionally like a year later. And so kind of since I've been in my current job, I've been learning some new things about React, and my aim is to rebuild the front end at some point with what I've learned. And I should probably mention that the back end and the front end are on two different repositories, primarily because A, they're deployed separately, B, because I was very much working on them separately, as I'll kind of get into. And then onto the maybe more novel part of this talk, which is Leaflet. And that's basically a JavaScript library that lets developers integrate like interactive maps into their applications without having to fiddle around with GIS. And yeah, it was the first library I came across, and I like it. So you're probably wondering, how am I specifically using Django in this project? So at the core of every Django project, or at least every app, is models. And I pretty much only have two models, which is district and streets. So there are 12 districts in Berlin, and each one has so many streets. or people the streets were named after. So that is linked by a foreign key relationship. And then with each street, you have like the name, date of birth, death, place of birth, death, description, and some other stuff. So when we're talking street, we're talking not just, let's say, Rosa Luxemburg Straße. We're also talking about Rosa Luxemburg, the person. And then one of the other things that's included in the street model is a Google Maps link to the street's location, which is actually not directly used in the application with Leaflet. It was more something that was kind of during my information gathering process. But I do kind of take that information and process it in order to get the information that is used with Leaflet. So like I made a serializer method where I partitioned the string to get the coordinates from it and then use that, and I'll just show you how I do that. So we have this serializer method, get geocode, where the string is here, and we use the partition method to sort of grab the last part after the at, and then we split that into a list of 2 strings, and then split that into a list of floats. So it's the coordinates. And then, because I'm the only person working on the project, I actually also need to think about my user experience, so as editor. And I also want to know how I'm doing in terms of sort of meeting my goals, because otherwise this task gets quite Sisyphean, because there are, after all, 600 or something to do. And so I defined 3 metrics for this, or KPIs, I guess, that you, for my reference in the Django admin CMS. Whether it's really a CMS is a whole other topic, I guess. And those 3 are entries completed, so how many overall or per district. How many entries have already had the pictures taken for them? So how many of available entries can be completed? And then how many of them are actually complete of the ones I have photos for? And so how I have like an overview of these properties is with admin methods. So kind of at the base of these admin methods is the get percentage method. So pretty straightforward. We have a dividend and a divisor, and yeah, get our percentage. And then if we take entries completed, let's say, we have our dividend, which is number of completed streets, and then the divisor, which is number of added streets. And then, yeah, we pass that into get percentage, and we get our number. And then if there's nothing, then we get unknown, but I'll explain that in a second. This is kind of what it looks like for me in the admin. So on the left, we have a list of the 12 districts of Berlin. And as you can see, some are way more complete than others. There are 2 reasons for this. One, like Friedrichshain, Kreuzberg, and Mitte are easier to get to from where I live. Secondly, they actually have more content, so more street signs that I can take pictures of and add to the project. And you might notice that for Lichtenberg, which is 3rd on the list, there's 0%, and then for Marzahn-Hellersdorf, which is underneath, there's unknown. And that's because that must mean for Lichtenberg, I've added some entries, but they're kind of marked as invisible right now, and I haven't taken any pictures. Whereas for Marzahn, there is no data at all. I mean, I think there actually are some streets, but it's not really like high on my priority list, because it's A, very far from where I live, B, I don't think there's that many streets that are relevant. And then another thing that is sort of specific to being a project that's like set in Germany is the German language. And in order to get, so I don't know how many of you know this, but German has like umlauts, which is, you know, the letters with 2 dots. I guess Danish has similar ones. And so what we need to do is make these kind of slug suitable. And you may be looking at this and wondering, why don't you just use a method that converts non-ASCII characters to ASCII? And the reason for this is that in German, these are not the same letter at all. So let's take the letter E, which is the A with 2 dots, the umlaut on top. If you were German, you were like, went to the US and you wanted to write something in German on an English keyboard, you wouldn't be able to just write the letter A, because that could A, make it into a completely different word, B, it could make it into a rude word. So that's like really not okay in German. The good news is, what you would do is you would use, so each umlaut letter has like an analog. So E, you would just write the letters A and E. So this is what this method is basically doing, and I call it in the save method. So let's take a closer look at the return. So the ORD function is a native Python function, and it takes a Unicode character that's passed in as a string, and then it returns its integer representation. And then if you have a string, in this case the slug, if you call the translate method on it and pass in this map you've created, it will then convert whatever characters in the string to the ones that are the value in the map. So here's an example. So we have Elsa Brennströmstraße. I think she was actually Swedish, in case we have any Swedes in the house. And so an incorrect example would be just removing the umlauts and like, it's not okay. And then what we have in the bottom example is the correct example. Yeah, so where am I going with this project? As I mentioned, I would like to redesign and rebuild the front end. And then another thing I've come across is that there's a thing called GeoDjango, which is an integral Django module. It's not like a third-party library or anything. And it's basically for the purpose of what I'm doing. And some of its special features include a point field, which is like a special database field for recording coordinates. You can also get a map in the Django admin for whatever purpose that might serve you. However, there are a few drawbacks to it, at least from my standpoint, which is that it does require a spatial database, which is a special kind of database for recording geographic data. And for that you need, well, first of all, it assumes you are using a Postgres database with your project. Secondly, you need to add this PostGIS extension, which then transforms your database into a spatial database. And yeah, for now, I already kind of have a lot on my plate and I don't want to add much more overhead. But that might be a nice thing to add in the future if I want to do something like calculate the distance between 2 points. So I just want to close my talk with a quote. As I mentioned, this very much started off as a walking project. And yeah, this writer and filmmaker, Ian Sinclair, says, "Walking is the best way to explore the city. The changes, shifts, breaks in the cloud helmet, movement of light on water." So far, so poetic. And then, "Drifting purposefully is the recommended mode, allowing the fiction of an underlying pattern to assert itself." And I really like this concept of drifting purposefully. It sort of is what I strive towards in software development, in that you have a goal, you have a purpose, but you're also kind of open to new ideas, and inevitably things are going to come up that you weren't expecting, that you might have to contend with, and you should be open to them. And yeah, I think drifting purposefully is a good thing to keep in mind in the software development sort of solution finding process and then the implementation process. So we have now reached the end of my talk. You can check out the project by scanning the QR code. You can also find me on LinkedIn. And a couple other things I wanted to mention or plug. I do have a blog where I sort of share snippets of like things I found out in my day-to-day work. And I was also a guest on the Django Girls podcast. a few months back, and the episode is dedicated specifically to my career journey and my career change. So if we don't get to chat at the end, you can check that out and listen if you're interested. Thank you.
Thank you. We have time for questions. And thanks for showing everything in a way that I was surprised to have this thought that like Django admin is also a CMS. It's like some kind of headless CMS, isn't it? Do you think that too? No? Okay. Question, yes.
Hi, thank you for your talk. I liked it.
Thanks.
Do you plan to open your system for other cities?
I mean, it's an idea, but to be honest, I don't know any city really as well as I do Berlin, and I'm not sure. I mean, yeah, like, honestly, I hadn't really thought about it, but maybe if I sort of do some work to kind of spread the word about this project, maybe there might be people in other cities who want to do something similar, and we can connect and they can contribute. Yeah, I hadn't actually thought of that, so thanks.
Hello there. Welcome, or greetings from the UK as well.
Hi.
I wanted to ask, have you considered maybe, and this might also start a bit of a war, about integrating AI or anything like that to automate some of the processes in, the content that you've generated, or?
In a word, no. So I've actually it's kind of water under the bridge now because I have found all the streets. I have them on my private Google map, and then it's just a matter of like adding them to the admin. I'm not really sure if I could use like a Google Maps API. As far as I know, you have to pay for it, so that wasn't really something that ever came to mind. I mean, unless you have any.
It was more about the unfinished content, as you mentioned. There were some things.
Sorry, for the audience.
Hi, folks. It was more to do with the content of, like the text, because if I understood correctly, there's some parts that are missing that you had. You said, I've logged all of the road names, but maybe the description and things like that isn't finished. It was just.
I see.
But for the record, everyone, I'm not the advocate for AI that you think
yeah.
I am. Okay, I am also, against it. But I was hoping to hear some more, opinion about, why. Because I'm building something similar with escape rooms, and it's more about the connection between people that matters most, and I think this is a great example of that and why it would not be used in that case. But it was just in case you thought about it.
Yeah.
Thank you. Oh, question.
Hey, thanks a lot. It looks very nice. How do you recognize the gender? Like, do you just go based on what the name typically is, or does it require some research?
Yeah, so if I see a name, sometimes the names are ambiguous, and then I look them up sort of later, and basically if the person is described on, so I would say most of them, maybe 80 to 90% have Wikipedia entries, at least in German. Then if they're described as she or sie, I assume it's a woman. But honestly, I haven't come across any big ambiguities, so that's what I assume. And another thing I should mention is that the person has to have been dead for 5 years in order to be on a street name. That became a whole thing when David Bowie died. So he used to live in Schöneberg in Berlin, and then people were like, oh, we should rename it to David Bowie Straße. And the people were like, no, you have to wait 5 years. I mean, and it's been way over 5 years. I don't know if that's ever going to happen. But yeah. another thing is, yeah, I just remembered, is that there's also, I don't know if it's like a law or maybe some kind of guideline that any new streets that are built in Berlin, and they're like, oh, we should name this after a person, should be named after a woman. I have a source for that, I think, on my repo. But yeah.
Hi, really interesting. It's also one of those, have you thought about this extensive thing that's going to take you too much time and type of question, but have you thought about involving other people in collecting data and sort of doing kind of a citizen science of this?
Yeah, I have thought about it, but I honestly have no idea how to go about that.
So there's a cool like street art project that's called Space Invaders. I don't know if you ran into that. There's some in Berlin. It's a French guy who put this sort of Space Invader tile mosaics all over the world.
Oh yeah, I think I've seen them.
So there is an app that you can flash them, and it encourages people to sort of go and take photos of them. There are websites that track it. So there's kind of like collecting them is a thing. So I could see the parallel between going like, oh, I want to walk around Berlin and collect the female named streets.
Yeah.
And to say, oh, I've been there, I checked in, or I took a photo, or I have some kind of a connection.
Yeah, that's a cool idea.
Thank you for your talk. It was very nice. I wanted also to acknowledge the fact that it's very nice that people from SSH and not necessarily from engineer background join the developer community. And apparently in the career path, it's not that unusual that people who started their career with a bachelor in social science then migrate to coding for other reasons that goes with the bandwidth we are able to absorb through reading large books. I wanted to point out that there is a project similar that has been conducted in Brussels by, you're familiar with it?
Sorry?
I see you nodding, so maybe you're familiar with it. There is a data scientist who did the same project in the city of Brussels.
Brussels, oh,
yeah.
Cool.
And later on, maybe you will see if it takes you there. In his visualization, he shows that actually, so there is a minority of streets named after a woman. And if you see in which district they are distributed, they are dead end, not big avenues, but small ones, confidential, and often in not very bourgeois district, etc. Is it something you consider for your own project to see if there is some, on top of all the bias we may identify, if that may reveal that?
That is not something I had actively considered, but it's more like something I had sort of noticed. As I mentioned, like these new streets that are built, that are, I guess, supposed to be named after women, they tend to be very small residential streets. They're not like these big boulevards that are like really well known. So I think that's also something to consider as well. So thank you for that. You're all giving such cool insights and ideas. Thanks.
Yeah, there will be a whole conversation about this afterwards. Yeah. Any more questions?
I think there's one more.
Ah, sorry, yeah. We do have time. Up here in the front.
Sorry, I can't zoom out.
Thank you so much for coming to Copenhagen and sharing your project. For those out there that want to explore their kind of interests with like side projects, I think it's fantastic that you're like you've released this and it's in the wild, and it's a really nice way that started with a walk and has kind of allowed you to explore that. Do you have any advice for people that are really bad, mostly myself, like finishing things, like getting stuff out there, like get side projects that actually lead something? Like, what's your advice for getting stuff done?
I mean, look, I also have this GitHub graveyard of stuff I've started. But I guess what really pushed me forward with this was, I hate to be trite, but just passion, I guess. And I really wanted to like show that I could do it and show that I could deploy a full stack project. Because up until that point, I'd only really worked with backend. So it was kind of challenging, but also it's also very soothing to me to like gather the information and look up things and also, you know, learn new things. So for me, it's not just about sort of the code, but also like the content as well. Yeah, I love history and things like that. So, but I think definitely, I think you need to set yourself a deadline. That's the main thing. And that can be really hard, especially if you work full time as well. But I mean, I think it's unavoidable that you just need to like log some weekends and just get it done. And also tell people you're doing it. Be like, oh, in 1 week I'm gonna release this. Built up anticipation. That's kind of what I did with my friends. Yeah.
Super cool. Named after women.berlin.
Yes.
I hope it scales to the Django Copenhagen effect with all the users clicking now.
I hope it can withstand that.
.berlin.
Yeah.
Lucky to have that top level domain.
Yeah, oh, don't ask me how much it cost.
All right. So next speaker, Andrea, please come up here and let's give Rosamund a big hand. Thank you so much. Much further ado. I see people enjoying the coffee and the tea. Shouldn't have mentioned that. And the stickers.
And the stickers.
But we should really get started. Should say 10 seconds. 5 seconds. Mute yourselves. Okay, we're ready. On stage, Andrea, welcome. Please give Andrea a big hand.
Thank you. Do you hear me? Okay. So we will be talking about maps again, but just in a different kind of way. Because we've seen that Rosamund worked with React, and I will work with hypermedia. And I'm Andrea Guerra. Here you have some links of my projects, of my blog, and so on. And I have to tell you that I'm not a developer, I'm an architect. So I normally design buildings, I design renovations and things like that. But I've been into programming since I was a teenager. From a time in which you didn't have floppy disk and you had to load things with cassette recorders. And then I started a blog 25 years ago. It was pure HTML. And then it evolved in time, becoming WordPress. So I started learning PHP. And then I noticed that Python was better. And so I shifted everything to Django. And now I'm very proud because in the last weeks I released a Python project in the PyPI repository. Django GeoCAD, which takes drawings from AutoCAD and brings it into web maps. And so I give my contribution to this. Okay, hypermedia-driven maps. What is hypermedia? Here I have some quotes from the author of HTMX, Carson Gross. And hypermedia was the old way of making websites. You had multi-page, you had everything written in HTML tags, and every time you had a request-response cycle, you had to reload the page. So that was very annoying. And so then came the single-page applications, and the new hypermedia adds to normal hypermedia, adds the SPA flavor, because it doesn't reload the whole page. It loads just small chunks of HTML, replacing in targets, so to speak. So it looks like an SPA, but in fact it's the old way of making websites. Another concept that I borrow from Carson is that of the island of interaction. So inside our hypermedia application, we can have some isolated islands of interaction, which are normally in JavaScript. They live on the client, but they are in some way managed and controlled by the hypermedia. And of course, in our case, this island will be a leaflet map, like the one that Rosamund showed us before. And I use for the swapping trick, I use HTMX, but there are also other libraries like Alpine or Ampoli and so on. I won't dig too much into HTMX because there will be a following talk about this, so I will just scratch a little bit the surface. The important thing is that we swap chunks, but we don't reload the page. This is the goal of everything now, is to not reload the page. So this is how our hypermedia-driven app will look like. We have in the orange frame, we have the hypermedia part, the part that will be swapped. And it has the content, it has the user interface, it has the data for the map, and it also brings state for the island of interaction. On the right, you have the island. And of course, I show you an island, it's Capri, if you haven't recognized it. And of course, this part is fully interactive. You can pan, you can zoom, like you usually do with a map when you have it on a website. And here I show you the interactions that happen between all the moving parts, let's say. You see I have those black arrows. The big one goes from the hypermedia to the island. But sometimes the island will give back something. And then you will have the response, the request response cycle from our chunk to the Django application. And also the island will communicate with an external server that will download all the tiles that are that you need to make up the map, all the small tiles that make up the map. And you will see that you see I have a yellow arrow. Sometimes the island of interaction will send directly to the Django app, will send some requests. So we are talking about Django. Of course, there is a Django project at the base of everything. And here are the requirements. I use the latest Django. And apart from other not relevant libraries, I use Django HTMX by Adam Johnson, which is very clever because it tells you when a request comes from HTMX. So you can recognize when HTMX is involved, and so when you are expecting to swap a part of the page. And then I use Django GeoJSON, which is kind of a serializer, and it writes all the geographic data into a format which is called GeoJSON, which is a JSON in fact. And it's very interesting because it does not rely on PostGIS or not even Postgres, not even GDAL, which is the basic library which is written in C++. Without that library, nothing works. But it's a little bit tricky to have it on your system. So in this way, I can have the lightest application possible. And I have an app, of course, which has just one model, which is called location. And it holds the title, the description of the location, and then the point field, which is taken from the GeoJSON package. It's a point field. It writes in GeoJSON format where is located geographically the location. Apart from this, there is another method, pretty important, which is called pop-up content, and it returns an HTML string with the absolute URL of the location and the title of the location. And this will be useful because it will show up when we click on a marker and have the pop-up coming out. And okay, we run the server. Of course, this is the first time that we enter the website. And a location list view is called. It's a generic list view with some little tweaks. Like example, I override the get template names. And here is where Django HTMX comes handy, because if it's not an HTMX request, we just get the whole page, the full page. But if it's not, you render only the partial, only the part that will be swapped. So this is very important. And of course, we are downloading the whole page. So let's see how the base template is structured. In the head, we will download all the leaflet stuff. Basically, we will download all the package that lets us work with a map. And in the body, we will include the hypermedia partial, the single part that will be swept effectively. Then we have another division with which I call the island, and this is where the map will be placed, and we have to call a script, a custom script that manages the functionality of the map. And at the end, we have to download HTMX because unless nothing works. So let's see the hypermedia partial. Obviously, it differs if it's a list view, if it's a detail view, update view, and so on. But the structure is this. You load some template tags from Django GeoJSON. You will have some content. You will have the user interface. And there is very important at the end, there is this script which has an ID, map data. And it uses a GeoJSON template tag, the GeoJSON feature. And it gets the object list. This means that it gets all the locations and it transforms it into a GeoJSON structure. And it holds not only the geographic information, but also you see the pop-up content. This means that it holds also all the links that we wrote before with the method, with the previous method, into the model, into the location model. We have to see a little bit of JavaScript because it's important. This is the map script. This is the file that manages the leaflet map. And you see at the beginning there is the map is initiated, but this is the only time that we will do it, just the first time. And then we call a base map with all the tiles that form the map. And it's important to have a layer group where we will place all the markers, because we want to be able to erase them in other moments, because we don't want to touch the map, the whole map, but just erase some information and add some information. In fact, you see that there is this get collections function that removes the objects from the marker layer. Then it goes and reads from the hypermedia part, reads all the GeoJSON information, and then it transforms it into the markers that we have on the map. And at the end, it fits the bounds of all these markers and it zooms in. And so you will see this. You will see all the markers. And of course, the markers were generated automatically, so they cover up all the surface of the globe. But we can zoom a little bit in. And for example, we can click on one of these markers and the pop-up will come forward. And clicking on Capri, we should go to the detail view of our application. But of course, if I have to be careful, because if I leave the link like I've shown you before in the pop-up content method, it would happen that the whole page would be reloaded. And of course, we don't want this. So I told you a lie before. It's not written with the hypertext reference with the URL inside. The hypertext reference is null, and there will be an attribute with an on-click that calls a function, open location, which has an argument with the URL. And if we get back to the map script, we will see that this function has inside an HTMX AJAX call. So in this moment, we are seeing HTMX from the inside, under the hood, because normally we don't use it this way. HTMX makes an AJAX call, an asynchronous call, with a get method to an URL. And at the end, you see the target of this request. So he's saying you get this response, and you place it into a piece of the DOM. Okay. So we go to the location detail view. It's a generic detail view, and it has the get template names as the list view that we have seen before. But it tweaks also the dispatch method. This is very important. And this method says if the request is made from HTMX, you have to add this header to the response. And the response adds this header, which comes, which is a custom HTMX header, which triggers an event after the swap. You see HX trigger after the swap. That means that after the piece of HTML is swapped, you have to trigger that event. And what happens? Just there is in MapScript there is an event listener that refreshes all the data. So it erases back everything that is on the map and reads again into the new hypermedia part of the DOM, reads the GeoJSON data and puts the new markers on the map, fits the bounds and zooms in. So what you will see is this. You will see the detail view. So we have zoomed into Capri, and now we are near the Funicolare station, which is, I don't know if you've been there. And you see we have some content, and we have some user interface, but we see that we would like the marker to be a little bit displaced over the south, because the relevant part here is the Piazzetta and not Funicolare station. So we want to update this. Normally, when we use maps and we want to create or update, normally we need a widget, and normally we will load another library like Django Leaflet, which has these built-in widgets, so that we can have map widgets on our front end. But we don't want that, because if we do that, we will have to reload everything back. We want to use the same map that we are using for seeing the list view, the detail view. Okay, so we click on update location. This is a real HTMX request. So we have attributes. We will see that later in another talk. What happens? Okay, we are reaching an update view. Of course, we have a form. In this form, we will have some new fields, latitude and longitude, because it's a little bit tricky to use a JSON inside a form. So I don't call the geom field. You see in the class meta, I don't call the geom field. I make these two fields. I can validate them if they are not correct, because latitude can't be more than 90 degrees or less than -90 and so on. Into the update view, we will have a getInitial, which gets the latitude and longitude initials from the geographic field, which is in the database. And when all the process ends with forma valid, we will do exactly the opposite, and we will fill the geographic field with the lat and long clean data. So there is another thing that I add to the location update view into the context data. I put the map status, and we will see why. It's rendered in the location update. It's rendered HTML in the template. It's rendered as a GeoJSON. This JSON script template tag is built in Django. And so what happens here? We have the update view. So you see on the right we have the form. We can change the title, we can change the description, and we could also manually change latitude and longitude, but of course that would be a little bit a mess. But if we click on the map, what happens? Let's say that we don't want the marker to be on the red cross, but we want it to be on the piazzetta. So we just click on the piazzetta, and the fields will be automatically updated, and the marker will be placed where we have clicked. And this without using special widgets, we are just using the previous map, which has never changed it has never been initiated, excuse me. And this, you see that on the bottom, you have a map on click function. This is built in Leaflet, and it fires an event. And what the update lat long event, what does it do? It reads the map status on the HTML, and it looks for the map on click key. And if it's true, it goes on, because we want this clicking on the map to work only if we want to update or create a new location, and not just make it fire when we are looking at detail view or list view. So if the map status map on click is true, we update the lat and long fields, and we delete the objects from the marker layer, and we put next the updated position with using the event geographic coordinates. So I finished my talk. I hope I've been you've appreciated it, and that's all.
Thank you so much. Can I ask you what what was the project for?
No, I've done the other project. No,
Yeah.
or this one. No, this one is just to show how to use a map without fancy stuff, without having too much libraries. Just it's just a proof of concept
It's
that
for
you
us.
can. Yeah, that's all. It's just to show that you can do this without having too much stuff around. Okay, that's all. Because I've used PostGIS, I've used Django in other projects. When you have you need more complexity. In example, if you don't have to just click on a map and put a marker on a map, but if you have to draw a polygon on a map,
Yes.
this couldn't be possible, or maybe it could be possible, but very complicated. So I would just download Django leaflet and take his widgets and use them here. But if you do so, you need some libraries, other libraries. So it gets swells in some way.
Yeah. Thank you so much. There is time for questions. It was really nice to see code.
Hmm?
I
A
felt
little
I
bit.
felt the itch. Yeah. I
No,
could
no,
hear
no,
the
but-
keyboard starting to click out there too. You can't show developers too much code.
But you can see the whole code on in that over there on GitHub over there. So, okay. No questions. Maybe it's better. No, we can go. We can go onward.
There is pop quiz afterwards, and it's important with these details, by the way.
I'll just sneak in one again. I'm sort of lost in how do you go from being an architect and like actually architect and buildings? How do you end up doing this?
No, look, actually in architecture they are trying to be a little bit more into programming, because now there is all this hype of building information management. No, you want to a building, you want to be it like a database. You know there is a carpet. This carpet is here, and it's made from wool, and it's the dimensions are this, because maybe you have 20 carpets in a whole building, and so you need to track them. No, where are the carpets? They've been rolled and things like that. So they're starting to make it a little bit more programmable. And of course, there is also 20 years ago, they started making all this flamboyant architecture with very complex curves and things like that. And that was made possible just because there were programs that enabled that. And so you have parametric design, stuff like that. But in the end, if you just see AutoCAD and how it is structured, it's heavily programmatic. And people don't use it like that. People just use it to draw lines, but that's not the real intention of AutoCAD. In AutoCAD, you need to have the information. That's important. So for me, it was natural. I was already inside a little bit of programming. I've done with BASIC. I've done structural analysis and things like that. It's very easy. You just have to. You have a matrix and you have to invert it. That's all. But you can do very complex things with just little knowledge in the end. And another thing that I like is when you connect different things, like from AutoCAD, take the informations and pour it into another language, another system, and the way back, of course. I find that very interesting.
I have a question about this example project. It's very nice to use to understand how
yes,
how the basics work. If you do more complex, can you avoid having a whole Node.js stack in place when you're working with maps, or
yes,
a lot of JavaScript?
No, this is not.
Can you keep?
No,
keep
it's
simple?
this is it's all very basic. You need SQLite. You don't need strange backends. You don't need strange things. But this is done on purpose, of course, to take it to have it as simple as possible.
Yeah, but even when you've built larger projects, you have achieved to keep it.
No, not always. Of course, not always. But it's the first thing you think. I want to keep it simple. Don't overload with things that maybe you aren't able to manage in the end. So I do all this for fun. So I don't want to be bothered with strange things that I can't grasp. No.
Yeah. Keep it fun.
Okay.
Are there more questions? Otherwise, we have the next talk coming up in 2 minutes.
Okay.
No, wait, no, break coming up in 2 minutes. Sorry.
Perfect.
Yeah, but let's give a big round of applause for Andrea.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
So we're gonna get started pretty fast. Small trigger warning on this slide. Yeah, but we're ready on stage here with us. Not that one, but this one. Christoph, thank you so much for coming. Very excited about your talk. Please give Christoph a big hand.
Okay, yeah, thank you. My name is Christoph, and I'm going to talk about HTMX today. Andrea already introduced the great tool to us, and I'm going to give it a little bit of flesh. And yeah, I brought my sponsor here. And when I woke up this morning, I looked at the slide, and then I thought to myself, okay, you cannot show Trump. I removed him. And then 1 hour ago, I found out, okay, this audience, they get the humor. I'll put him back in. So yeah. Maybe this would make him more popular if this was his theme. So maybe make web development great again. And this is also my talk. Okay. I brought some examples today of what a typical user or a typical client is probably expecting of a web application. Like this is the first example that I show here. I hope that you can see this. This is a video. The numbers here are changing all the time. This is a screenshot from a crypto page, which lists the prices of Bitcoin and all the other crypto things. And this page does not reload, right? You see, okay, because this is only a part of a page, the numbers are always changing. And you can ask yourself, okay, how did they do this? They must leverage some kind of JavaScript, probably, to achieve this. Because in a regular Django way, you would have to do like a full reload and show the prices. But then again, okay, all the rest of the page would also reload. But yeah, that's a theme or a thing that you see on many web pages. Another topic that I brought here today is called active search. And I think a lot of you know this. It's like this is a Google search where you type stuff in, and it directly shows you the results. So you do not have to hit the search button and the page reloads. So yeah, and so so what are people searching here? Django is gay. I think I've seen. I don't know why people. Maybe the musician. Yeah, but this is a great thing to show results in a very fast way. And again, here, how would you do this with just HTML and Django? Would be pretty hard, and you would need to use a lot of JavaScript. Or look at this example. Infinite scroll. I think in times of Instagram, Twitter, you name it, all the social networks, and yeah, I mean already all of the pages, they have this scroll when you reach the bottom of the page, in the background it directly reloads the content, and as long as there's enough content to be shown, you'll never reach the bottom of the page, but you don't have to click, okay, please show me page 2 or page 3, because I would say this is an old pattern, but this is a pattern that Django supports. And so you will always have the question, okay, how can I solve this with Django, and do I need to learn JavaScript to have like an infinite scroll? So this is the way I showed you how would you do this with Django. You have like the pagination at the bottom of the page, you click on the page, you see, okay, there are 97 pages around here, and then you click on page 2, page 3. Okay, you can do it like this, but I think nobody would say this is modern or this is the cool way to do it. Or even some users say, okay, please do not do this, or customers tell you, please do it in the infinite scroll way. But still, this is the old Web 1.0 way. And of course, pick a random front-end developer and ask them, how would you solve this infinite scroll problem? And I'm pretty sure that they would name some of these frameworks, libraries, and whatever you see around here. It's like React, okay, you can use Angular, Next.js, and then, okay, you have to test it with Storybook. Yeah, but please use TypeScript, of course, because it needs to be type safe. Yeah, this is totally fine, and I don't say that this is a bad approach, but maybe for us Django developers, it's also stuff that we need to put into our heads and something that we need to learn in addition to the stuff that we already know. So okay, maybe we know Python very well, HTML very well, but okay, so we need to learn TypeScript again, learn React, which has its own paradigm. Then you need to learn state management in the front end, which can get pretty complicated. And so my talk is make web development great again. So maybe is there some kind of way to make this simpler? And yeah, of course you can use React. And yeah, I did this on purpose, so you cannot read this, but this is the actual React component to solve the infinite scroll problem. And you can see, okay, this works. You don't have the pagination there. It refreshes in the background. But I'm sure, okay, this is a lot of code. Really, really, really lots of code. And can't we do this any simpler? And the answer is yes. Why not use HTMX for this? And this is the first example that I brought. So look at this code, and you have the product list here, so it's pretty easy to read for a Django developer. And the part on the bottom of the page, I don't know, maybe 6 lines of code. This is the code that you need to put in there to achieve the same result and have the infinite scroll. I'll explain this later, but this is the first example that I wanted to show you, that you can use much lesser code for the same result. And I think that we can all agree that this is great and that this is better than having like a huge application around which you also need to test. So okay, maybe use HTMX to solve this problem. Yes, my idea was, okay, how do I teach you guys HTMX? I would say, and this is what also the author of the library says, HTMX adds superpowers to your existing HTML elements. So this is like the minimum viable example I can show you, so you understand how HTMX works. Of course, you have, since it's a JavaScript framework, you have to include it in your script tag. And to use it, it has like these special HX attributes, like HX get, which tells the browser, please make a get request. HX target, here, please take the response from the get result request and put this into the result div. And this is triggered only on click, so when I click the button, or also every second. So if we translate this to plain English, we would say, okay, please make a get request to the endpoint when clicked and every second, and update the results element with a response. So yeah, this is it. I could stop right now because this is like the main message of HTMX. It's just so you understand what the difference here is to maybe the difference from the React approach that I showed you. Because right here, we would require the endpoint to return HTML and not JSON. This is like the main difference. And I think this also feels a little bit more how we would like to approach this. Because, okay, why do we need JSON to display HTML if we don't only have a web app? Of course, if we maybe have a mobile app and need to display it there too. Yeah, but I don't know how many products have you built where you have a mobile app, which is not web app, and the traditional web application. I haven't built those so far because I don't know if clients hear the price of a really native web mobile app, they're gone. And so this is like the most simple example that I can show you. Yes, the typical single-page application approach would be like this. You have your your Django backend. This validates the logic, transforms it into JSON. Then you have the React front end, which sometimes validates it again, returns the JSON into HTML, and renders it into the browser. So far, so good, but also so complex, I would say. So now how does HTMX make this simpler? It just turns this into this, which I would say is easier to understand. You just have your Django, your backend, and this sends HTML to the browser like we always do. Why not in this way? So yeah, I think you're getting the idea why I think HTMX is so great, because it uses the approach that we do all the time to do some cool stuff. And this is another example that I showed you. Maybe you have some kind of social network around and you have a post and you just want to increase the like count of one post. So yeah, you cannot see this. So this is like the post around here. So if you click the like button, we want to increase the like count. And the traditional approach would be to, okay, we use a form and a button, and the like count is inside the button. And then we have our Django view, like post. It gets the post object, increases the like count, saves it, and then redirects to the detail page. So the whole page flashes and shows the updated post again. Yeah, but this approach has some downsides, as you can imagine, because, I don't know, maybe you scroll down somewhere and like the post, and the page reloads, and suddenly you're at the beginning of the top page again, because the browser does not scroll for you. You have to scroll again. So maybe, okay, this is not a very good approach to solve this problem. How would we do this with HTMX? Again, you have the button here. You do not need a form. You just take the button and let it say, okay, please post to this URL. When you're clicked on yourself, you could even omit the trigger click, because this is for buttons, this is the default. The target for the response will be this, so yourself. So please swap out everything from the response that you were sent. How would this look on the Django side? Again, okay, we'll take the post object, increase the like count, save the object. Yeah, but the difference between this example and the example that I showed you before, we do not do the redirect here. We'll just return the button. We could even do it differently and just return the inside of the button, because this is the only thing that is really changing, and send this to the browser again. And since the browser uses HTMX here, it will just switch out the button to the updated button, and the page and the scroll position will all stay the same. So yeah, I think this is pretty great and pretty easy to achieve. So yeah, I showed the example of active search before, and this is a way how to do active search with HTMX. Also pretty simple, because this is all the front-end part that you need to have an active search in your component. You do not need JavaScript at all. You have just the hxget here. So you have a Django view which is responsible for search posts. The trigger is when the user types. You have the key up event, so they type, and it waits for 500 milliseconds, so maybe they type even more. And when the value has finally changed, it takes what you have typed and sends it to the get URL and takes the response from the server. I'll show you the view in a second, and puts the results into my search results div, which is underneath here. Yeah, so this is explains what it does. Again, I think pretty easy to understand. Even if you haven't seen HTMX before, I'm pretty sure that all of you can initially say what this does. So it's really, really easy to understand. And yeah, for me, I think this is the reason why it's so fun to use. Yes, so this is the example here. This is the Django view that we have. And yeah, again, this is really not a lot of code. You get the queue, which is what the user typed, make the search with the Django ORM, and then you just use the render to string method from Django. And this is the reason why HTMX and Django are such a great fit, because HTMX works with all the Django stuff that is already there, like the render to string button, render to string function, and you just return the response that you want to show here. And this would be the search results HTML partial. I think Andrea already introduced you to the concept of partials. So you do not return the whole page. You just return the part of the page that you want to reload. And this is like the main thing that HTMX does. So again, here, this is how this works in reality. You type, it waits 500 milliseconds, takes your input, and brings it to the front end. Or, Andrea already introduced the Django HTMX library. You could even, this active search is even better, because in the example before, you would need two Django views. You would need to have the view that displays the form and the view that returns the results. You could even just do one view where you decide, okay, is this a request that has been done by HTMX? Then we'll just return the search results, or did the user just load the page? Then we'll return the full page. So this is really, really nice to have a small amount of code for a lot of functionality. Yeah, and I'll sum up the reasons why I really like HTMX and why I think it's a great fit for Django. It's simple and lightweight. If you use the CDN version of HTMX, I think the size is about 19 kilobytes, and that's all you need to include in your page. I don't know if you have tried out Next.js and make a production build of that and try to fit this into 19 kilobytes. I'm pretty sure that you will not get very far with this. You don't need a build process at all because you just include HTMX in your script tag and you're done. Of course, you can introduce or you can use it with JavaScript, like Andrea said. But I think if you have seen the examples I showed you before, there was no JavaScript at all. It was all included in the tags. So we have minimum JavaScript. And yeah, as I showed you, it really, really integrates nicely with Django. So you can use the Django functionality. You could even use the pagination that Django supports, but not display the search, the footer with the single pages, and just use the Django pagination, but have it nicely as infinite scroll. And this all keeps it very Pythonic, I would say. And yeah, and for me, and this is like one of the things that I want that you get. This is really making fun, and I think it's easy to learn, it's easy to read, and it's also easy to introduce and use in your existing projects. So you can look at your project and say, okay, I would like to have an infinite scroll here. I already have a list view. Maybe I can take out the pagination stuff and just switch for this list view and use HTMX here and keep everything else as it is. So this is really nice. Yeah, and since this is all server-side rendered, it's also SEO friendly. And yeah, because of everything that I said, I think this is really, really easy to for you to boost your productivity because you don't write lots of code, but you get lots of results. Yes, and to say further reading, there's a very, very great book which is called Hypermedia Systems by Carson Gross. I think Andrea already mentioned him. He's the creator of HTMX. And this book is free to download. You can also buy it if you want a printed version. But it's a very, very nice read because he also explains the principles that are behind HTMX. Like Carson Gross wanted to take HTML and add all the stuff that he thinks is missing. Like, why do you have in HTML only the form that can submit data and the A tag? Why cannot a button do a post? This was like one of the questions he had, and HTML doesn't support this out of the box. And he also thinks that this is probably not coming, so this was his idea. Okay, how do I get this here? I make this myself, and this is the result is the HTMX library. And on the HTMX page, he has lots of great examples of the things that I couldn't show you today just because of time. Also stuff like maybe that if you want to edit an object and just do not want to use the update view that Django gives, maybe you want to do it in a modern way and open a modal so that page doesn't reload and just edit the thing that you want to edit and update the result. You can use HTMX for this as well. We can talk about this if you want after the talk. Yes, and this brings me to the end. I hope that you got the idea why I love this library so much and why I use it in almost all of our products. And say thank you very much.
Thank you. We have a lot of time for questions. So let's take the first question there. And there's another question there.
Hello, and thank you for a nice talk. Can you elaborate a bit over where you would feel the limits of HTMX is?
Yeah, I was thinking about this, and if Andrea didn't do his talk, I would say I would not build Google Maps with HTMX because, but he taught us the lesson. Okay, maybe there's even a solution for this. Yeah, but I wouldn't use HTMX if you need a lot of dynamic stuff on the page. Recently, we used it in one product where we have a detail view, and this detail view, there are a lot of dependent fields. So if you select one drop down, the content, the next reloads, and if you select content there, the next part of the page reloads. And I did this all with HTMX, but yeah, it turned into a big ball of mud. Maybe because I didn't do it well, but I felt okay. Maybe for making really, really rich dynamic applications, it's not the great tool. But yeah, like for small purposes like infinite scroll or update one entity, I think it's a perfect tool.
Thank you for your talk and great introduction to HTMX. This is a little specific question, the infinite scroll thing. It looked like that we do pagination because we don't want to load everything at once.
Yeah.
But it looked like in the example you had that you did load everything at once. Am I right?
It was a little bit simplified. Yes.
Yeah. But I guess you
Typically
have a solution for that.
Of course. Typically, you would load like the first page, and then there's a parameter called intersect, which tells the browser, okay, when this part is visible, which is typically like the last element, then please load the next page in the background and put this underneath the page so the user can scroll again. Yes, but a good eye, because I missed this part and wanted to keep it as simple as possible. Yeah, but it will all stay the same. So you just load the first page, and when it's revealed, load the next page, and when it's revealed, load the next page until there are no pages left.
Next question.
Hey, thanks for your talk. Did you try using HTMX with WebSockets in Django?
Yes. I use HTMX with WebSockets and also with server-send events. For one client, we built a chatbot to the OpenAI API. And my first idea was, okay, of course, I can build this with React, no problem. But I wanted to make myself a task. Okay, maybe I can build this with no JavaScript, and it was possible. There's a plugin or an extension called HXWS for WebSockets, and they also support service-send events out of the box with these plugins. So it's usable and it works.
If you want to build something that's friendly for browsers or bots that don't have JavaScript, is it easy to tailor these solutions so they also work if you say remove the HTMX?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's called progressive enhancement, where you have like the basic layout of the page, and you could even, because if the browser doesn't recognize the HX tags, it would just do nothing. So you can absolutely do this and then show the pagination. Okay, but then you would have to use a little bit of JavaScript to see if this browser supports this or that. Yeah. But the idea is, and this is like one of the core principles, that you can enrich your application with this. So it really works, or you can make it work without, which is not possible if you use like React or something. So if you use React and disable JavaScript, if you don't do anything, you just have a blank page. Yeah.
The question in the front.
Thank you for the talk. Something that I've been thinking about a little is in your example, you used render to string. Have you had consideration whether to just use render and have like a small HTML snippet somewhere that you...
Yeah, absolutely.
What are your considerations between
render
having the HTML and Python code or kind of putting it in a small template?
Yeah, absolutely. This was just for demonstration purposes. Please do not do this in your production views. Or you can, of course, you can do this. It always depends on your taste. Yeah, but my take would be to avoid writing HTML directly into a Python file. You can also, I think I showed it in one example where you can use the render function and then pass the partial. But you can also use like a Django generic detail view and have the get template names, and inside the get template names you decide, is this a HMX call? Okay, then I return this template, and if it's not a HMX call, I just return the regular template. Yes.
Any other questions? You mentioned earlier the user's expectations.
Yes.
Is that a good way to start the process of deciding whether to use HTMX or not?
I think it depends, always the answer. Yeah, I think we talked about that Django is turning 20 next year, and I think some of the concepts that Django supports, they feel a little bit old. So yeah, of course you have to decide this in every thing that you do. Do I want it this way, or do I want it that way? Do I need to build like a simple prototype? Of course, I can just use the existing pagination, and this totally works. But maybe I want to polish my product, or maybe a customer even demands it. I don't know if customers really demand this. I don't know. But you know, the bar is getting higher and higher every year, and I think you at least need to have some way to handle this. Of course, you have to decide, do I want this or not? But I think it's always good to have the possibility to have a solution for this that does not use JavaScript.
Well, in that case, let's give Christoph a big round of applause. Thank you so much. Great talk. And Jonathan can come up to the stage. Yeah. All right, welcome on stage, Jonathan. Thank you so much for joining us here today. I think we should start by giving a big round of applause. And the stage is yours.
All right, thank you so much. Yeah, today I'm going to present to you our project with the title, or my talk with the title, Building a Data Harmonization Engine on Top of Django, the Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. And before I start, just a few words about myself. Hi, I'm Jonathan, as you already heard. I'm based from Hamburg, Germany, and I have a background in PHP and full stack development, worked there in an agency for many years. But I also, still up to date, work with PHP and Laravel framework, for example. And last year I finished my computer science degree at the HAW Hamburg, and there I started also to work a lot with Python already, so coming from the data science perspective. And now at the moment I'm working at the Bernhard Nocht Institute for Tropical Medicine. This institute has a focus on research in tropical diseases, and there I am in the Data Snack project, and we are 2 people project where I am the only developer in the team. And you might be wondering, how did I, as a computer scientist, end up in a research institute full of tropical experts in tropical diseases? So what are we building and why? First and all, context data like weather or land usage, census data can provide crucial insights for health professionals. But those information usually come in a variety of different formats. For example, we have georasters, we have vector files, we have plain CSV files, or maybe Excel files, or maybe even APIs and stuff like that. So we somehow need to handle all those different data inputs. And additionally, health professionals usually work on the administrative units of countries. For example, in this case, the country of Tanzania is divided into regions, and the regions are subdivided further into districts. And usually the healthcare system also provides information and data based on those administrative units. So we need to somehow map those different variety of the raw data inputs onto those administrative levels. For example, we are counting facilities in a region, or the proportion of forest inside a region or district. So that we get some nice heat maps, for example, which the healthcare professional can use to further enrich his decision making on. So, and that's actually what we are building. It's a data fusion engine. We call it the Data Hub, and it's an data harmonization engine written in Python, so the user can define data processing in actual Python code. The system is open source and can since the data is based on Python code, the actual data processing routines are reproducible, because, well, you need to just execute the code and then can go from the raw data to the processed data again. And this system we built aims to provide to harmonize the data on a temporal and geographic extent. So, and you might be wondering, okay, that's nice, but why Django? So we not only want to process the data, we also want to show the researcher the process data. So for that, we used a web application based on Django. And also we want to enrich the information shown to the researcher by showing documentation and metadata about the data sources we aggregate in our system. And also, I didn't want to mix any programming languages. The data processing is also already fixed to the Python ecosystem due to the large environment of data science and stuff like that. And then I also wanted to create a web front end for it in Python. And so I chose Django. But before that, I also already did a fast prototype, and for this I used Flask, which was nice at the first week, and after that it was quite messy because Flask doesn't provide not that much structure. Also, it doesn't provide, for example, user management of the box, and you had to pretty much do everything yourself, and it was quite messy. And so also that was a further point for using Django, where you have a provided structure. So, and that's actually the Data Hub, and I want to give you a quick live demo clicking around in it. So that's the Data Hub system. It's the live system. For example, we can click around in it, see the different regional shapes and extents for a country. In this case, it's Ghana. And then we can click on the data layers menu item and see all the different data sources which are integrated at the moment. And for example, we can get in, search for forest, and then find the forest land cover data layer and see the metadata of this data source, where it's coming from, and then can quickly visualize the data, for example, on the district level inside Ghana. And now we see in the south part there's lots of forest, the blue parts, and in the north of Ghana there's less forest. So, Exactly. The Data Hub is open source, it's self-hostable, so you can put it in your own infrastructure. It's updatable and aims to be a platform for reproducible data. So, and now comes the ugly part. I started to build the Django application for it. And the first thing when using Django was like, I have a background in Laravel framework, for example, and if I create and set up, I have an environment file, which the environment-specific settings, like database credentials, for example. And this is coming from the 12-factor app principle, where you separate, for example, the environment configuration from your actual code. And in Django, I had just the settings PI. And I was like, okay, I need to commit it to version control, but I also have the environment-specific settings in it. How should I handle that? And where should my environment-specific configuration go? And I think the documentation didn't guide me, or the tutorial in Django didn't guide me in anything how I should solve this conflict. And then after a bit of search, I found the Django environment package, which now allows me to create an environment file outside of version control, and then inside the settings PI, load this package, and put in the different variables defined in environment file and reuse that, and so can decouple my settings PI file from my actual code. The next big part was the Django app, which probably you're all familiar with. For me as a newcomer, this was quite a big roadblock because, the documentation tells you have the project versus the app. The project is the combination of different apps with configuration, and the app is a singular module containing a specific functionality. And I wanted to provide my users with a redistributable out-of-the-box system. So I wanted to redistribute a Django project and not just a single app, because my user shouldn't be bothered with configuring this the application. So in the documentation, I only found how to write reusable apps, but there was no word on how do I provide a reusable project for other users. And that was quite difficult for me to grasp, and that's actually how I ended up structuring my app or my project into apps. First of all, I have the data layers app, which contains everything regarding to data sources and data processing. The next app is my shapes app, which contains logic regarding the different shape files and the processing for the geometries of the areas, districts, and shapes. And then in the last, I have an app which is called app, because I wasn't really sure how to solve the problem of having global stuff, template stuff, user authentication. Where should all this stuff go? Because when everything is, has a singular modular scope, where should global stuff go? And also, for example, the Django documentation tells you and advises you to override the user model in your new project. But it doesn't tell you where this overwritten user model should actually go. And I was completely confused, and also I put it into my app, which is called app, and for me the system works quite well. But also I think it's not really in the sense of how Django apps were envisioned to be used, because I not actually structure singular self-containing parts, sondern more of like the mental model of the different parts of my application. And all those three apps have, depend on each other, and I can't really share any of it. So it's maybe not that conventional, I'm not sure. Nevertheless, I got that out of the way and it worked, and now I was faced with the issue of dependency management. And I mean, all Python and stuff, it's a little bit complex. We have requirements, txt, we have pip tools, PowerTree, PDM, lots of different tools. And I was completely confused on how to organize the dependencies of my project. And I was very reminded of the XKCD comic regarding Python environment in generals. And I was at a loss. So, and always, I do what I always do in such a case, I start looking at different projects. And so I started looking at all those different open source projects from which I know they are based on Django. And after looking at them, I was more confused than before, because every one of those tools does something completely different regarding dependency management and deployment. So that was quite confusing. Nevertheless, since I mentioned, so every Django project does its own thing regarding that part. There's no guidance in the documentation, or at least I didn't find it. I had no idea how to differentiate between my first level dependencies and my the whole dependency tree. So my first idea was, okay, I just use a requirements txt and hope for the best. Nevertheless, in this year, I was in a bit of luck because the UV project from Astral kicked off, and now I have found some guidance. I just use UV. I have my PyProject Toml in my project root, define my first level dependencies in there, and then use UV to generate the requirements.txt file, which I then can use in my Docker setup as with a classic pip install, and then have a ready-to-use container for my whole project, which I can redistribute. So far we have the Django project configured, we have structured it, we have redistribution in place. So where's the data harmonization? Well, let's enter the bad part. So now was the thing in the Django model, I have my data layer object which encapsulates the description, the metadata of a data source, which the user can edit via the Django admin, and then is able to change everything. And on the other hand, I have my data layer classes with the actual methods for data processing, which are based on source code and should be created by the developer on the file system, so he can put it into version control, can see the history of developing his processing routines. And I somehow needed to find a way to merge the database part with the actual user-contributed file system part with actual code from the user space I wanted to execute in my system, which is a little bit unconventional, I think. So, and that's what I actually came up with. So I have the data layer model, which encapsulates the data source. It has a key, which is a unique identifier written in snake case. And then I have the actual file on the file system, which matches this ID, also the file name matches the snake case file name. And inside that file, I have the same name, but in WordCap, as all Python classes should be in WordCap, I guess. And then I dynamically have this getClass method inside my model, which then just looks if the file is present and loads it and tries to initiate the class inside the file, which of course this can fail if the file is missing or the class has a bug. So it's a little bit, not that stable. So how to solve that? Well, put on try except clause on it, and then just catch the error if the module can't be loaded dynamically. And then, but if it's all good to go, I then have the downloading and processing routines accessible from the user-contributed source code and can execute them inside the system. And in the actual system, and that's actually how it looks like in the front end for the user. So you will see here the green icons, there the source file could be loaded and executed. And where it's great, there was some sort of exception. We didn't know what exception exactly, but at least we know there's a problem we as user need to solve. So the next difficult part was the researchers. Well, now we have the data processed in our system, and but the researchers are usually doing their own thing. For example, in Jupyter Notebooks, or they rely heavily on R, or maybe they want to just look at the data in Excel, for example. And we somehow need to free the data from the data hub and make them accessible to the user via download or API access, for example. And so Django plus API, the first Google result were, of course, Django REST framework. And I looked at it, and I was like, okay, wait a second. I need serializers, I have abstractions, I have lots of docu to read and grasp, and actually all I want to do is provide my user more or less with a simple CSV file he can use, because I don't have any write operations going. I just need to read operations. So, and then I looked at the documentation from another library, from the Pandas library, which I already use heavily for data processing. And well, Pandas provides us with a to CSV, to Excel, and to JSON methods based on our actual data frame, which holds the tabular data. So I had a crazy idea. Well, for example, if that's my IPE request, I can just identify in my view the data layer I'm requesting. I load the data in a Pandas data frame. Well, and then when I want to return it to the user, well, I just use the Pandas function to create a JSON based on the data frame and return that with a JSON response object from Django back to the user. And the same also works, for example, if the user requests a CSV or Excel file as download, I can also again reuse the pandas library to create those file types. And I just need to create a virtual bytes IO object in memory for creating a virtual file, tell pandas to write the CSV or Excel file into that buffer, and then with the file response object from Django, I return this virtual file to the user, and it actually works. Yeah. So, and the last part was front end. So in my application or in our application, I don't have any state inside the user's, inside the user space. It's just viewing at stuff, except for charts and maps, which is dynamic, but also don't have any state. So I didn't want to use any React or single page application stuff. And I just went with classic Django templates and a little bit of JavaScript to enhance it. Or to be honest, a lot of JavaScript to enhance it. I have Bootstrap for styling and interaction, for example, pop-ups on modals. I have data tables for dynamically sorting and filtering tables. I have Leaflet, which we heard before, for the dynamic map parts. I have Plotly.js for time trend charts and stuff like that, and a little bit of D3. And also I use Svelte to create custom elements, which is quite a lot. So I need some way to handle all that dependency stuff. And then I remembered my PHP and Laravel background, and Laravel actually does it really nice, because when you install the framework, this all works out of the box. And then I started to refactor that from Laravel into my Django project. I use Wheat for bundling all my assets, and have a custom template helper for each asset, for example, a JavaScript or CSS file, which also supports hot reloading inside the development mode. And in production mode, I just return with the same helper the bundled JS or CSS file. And then, well, it kind of works, and it's really nice. So, but nevertheless, now I told you about, I'm not happy with Django. The documentation doesn't tell me what I need to know. And I need to write my own front-end tooling and stuff like that. Why am I still using it? So let's enter the good part. Because actually, I'm really quite happy with using my decision to use Django in my project. I mean, I have extensive documentation. The only point is, I would wish it would be more use case driven, and not only that. I think it's very descriptive in some points and doesn't tell you how to actually combine all the stuff. Also, I have the provided structure. Everything, it's a Django project. Everything has its own place, routes, views, commands. Everyone immediately knows where to look for things. Also, the longevity. I mean, it's there for almost 20 years. Probably will be there for the next 20 years. It has really great stability. I mean, we have security and release process, and maybe it's a little bit of slow, but it also means, for at least until now, in the last year, all my minor updates went through fluently. There was no hiccups or anything like that. And also I can build on the community and the ecosystem provided by Django for information, apps, and plugins, for example. And also a big part is the Django admin interface for us came for free, so we didn't have to build anything for the user to actually edit any of the information he wants to, for the metadata and stuff like that. And one part is the last part, I think, which is really, really great. This, for example, is the file structure for a reusable project based on our system. We pull in the dependency, the base image via Docker Compose YAML. We can configure it over the environment file. Then the user can create its customization, its custom data classes with its custom Python-based data processing routines inside a folder. And then one really big part is the user can also just create a new Django app with all the structures it provides, and it allows the user to override the existing templates in the base system, and it also allows the user to create new data input forms, for example, or just custom pages and aggregate the existing data in the system, all by still allowing us to update and provide updates for the system, even through the extensive customization the user might have done in this instance of our system. So thank you so much. That's how I unchained Django for our use case. If you have any questions or want to reach out, you can reach me on following systems. Also, we have a live demo available at demo@datasnack.org. And we have a project page with some more documentation and information about the system, and the whole system is public available on GitHub. You can check it out if you want. Thanks.
Thank you. We have time for questions.
Oh.
So, if there is a question. Yes?
Hi, thank you so much for your talk. I'm from Africa, but so I was actually excited to see that you used Ghana as your use case. Is there a reason why you chose Ghana?
Actually, there is the Bernard Nocht Institute for Tropical Medicine has a partner institution inside Ghana in Kumasi, and because of that reason, we have existing projects based in Ghana, and for that, we have the use case of providing data aggregation for those projects inside Ghana.
Yeah.
You mentioned a lot of different formats for input data.
Yes.
PDF, all kinds of wonderful things. Can you talk a bit about how you manage that?
Yeah, that was the easy part because, well, it's also a little bit of cheating because we provide the user with the hooks in the data layer class for downloading the raw data and processing it. And of course, we provide the user with some guidance on how to download the data and where they will be stored. And also, for example, for Dutive, we provide and aim to also provide for different data sources to provide boilerplate code and best practices for handling those data types. But in the end, the user can just define his complete data processing inside this Python function. And so he can do anything Python will allow him to do. Okay, to come back to your question, for some data types, we provide ready-to-use templates, which you can put your custom data in. And if that, for example, for Dutive processing or for vector file counting stuff when you have location data, for example. And for everything else, in the future, we try to build more and more examples and provide guidance on how to input different data types. But in the end, if your data type is not yet an example, or is provided, you can just write Python code and do it yourself.
Thanks for the talk. I saw that you serialize some raw data to the users. So while you are doing this, have you experienced any timeouts because of the size of the raw data?
You mean the quick demo time with the heat map chart, or?
I remember a CSV exporter, like you create some kind of virtual file on the fly.
Ah, yeah. Well, we have no timeouts until now. But of course, if the data ingested into the system is really, really big, then probably there will be some timeouts in the future. I think at the moment I have just put in Nginx the timeout value to infinity. So that's not had yet become a problem until now, but I'm expecting it will be somehow coming up in the future, and we probably need to find out how to handle that.
Yeah, there is a question in the front.
Thanks for a wonderful talk. What unexpected feedback have you got from your users?
They all liked it until now.
Aw.
No, but no, to be honest, that's actually when we present to our peers in the institute or to other people the project, they are often quite like, wow, we need to have this. There's nothing else we can use to provide that information in the data aggregation. And so that that is so welcomed in those projects. That was irritating to me because for me, from the computer science stuff, I mean, it's a big fancy Excel table with nice visualization on top of it. So that was also, for me as a technical person, that it was quite confusing sometimes.
Another question, and this time at the other end of the room, Emil.
Hi, thanks for your talk. I like how you're now the third person today to mention Leaflet, first of all. Secondly, you mentioned that you used D3 for data visualization, and I wondered what specific parts you've been using, because in my team, we've been using that kind of, and we found it really challenging for multiple reasons. But yeah, I was just curious what you've used.
I didn't know the part actually, but for example, in this case, to create this map, I load the GeoJSON from my database, from my API to provide the GeoJSON, and then I load the raw data from my same API, and then on the client with D3 create the color scale based on the actual data, and then use in a loop to fill all the geometries from leaflet, and there I use the D3 function to get the actual color which is needed for the correct representation.
Yeah, also a question about visualization is like, so you have the geographical one, but you also have other visualizations, right? Or is it just geographical?
It's also the time trend. So for example, this is based on Plotly.js, where you can see this data source is available for 5 years, and we can then extrapolate the time trend change over the available dates of the data source. And there we use this line chart stuff.
Which brings me to the next part of my question. Have you at any point considered to use data visualization, ready-made data visualization app instead, like Streamlit or Panel, or there's like a whole world?
You mean for the client stuff?
For the data visualization user interface?
Not until now, to be honest.
Thank you for all the good questions. And I think that's it. Thank you so much for the great talk. I want to say that we scheduled cake for 2:30, but it's a little bit of time. I'm not sure if the cake would be served eventually up here or downstairs. It is downstairs. 3:30, yes. Downstairs. I'm UTC +1 up here. Yeah. Hello and welcome back. Live on stage we have Justus, and you're gonna tell us something about task runners. And I think we should start by giving you a big round of applause. The stage is yours.
Hey, thank you very much. And hello for you all. So, did you like the coffee and cake that was offered? Yes? Great. I was so nervous that I couldn't eat, but sort of like this is a really nice thing to be in front of you all. As I said, I'm talking about running tasks in a development project. But first, as we start, I'm Justus Hämäläinen, and I work as a. It's hard to say because sort of like one problem with my sort of way that I do my work is I don't like to choose only a one job. I like to work in different kind of situations, in different kind of projects, with sort of like business side, with the tech side, sort of talking about what we should do next, and then the next moment talking about should we run things with bash scripts or like how we should manage sort of like details. Currently I'm working, I have a small team and we work with a few projects. One is Vegemi. Vegemi is a food education software that tries to help families and kids to eat more fruits and veggies. It tries to make it more fun. It tries to make people to understand better what are the benefits of eating sort of fruits and veggies. Then the second thing is I'm part of is Franklin, that does electrical construction and home like building automation. You can already see the synergies between those two projects. And then the third thing that my team is working on is we work with a pool real estate agency that sort of helps people to find homes. And one thing that combines all of those projects is that they use Django, and that's why sort of like I'm here talking about something. And I'm talking about manage.py, and basically what it does, it already sort of like does all maintenance tasks that you have in your Django projects, and we already saw a lot of sort of commands that you use when you are interacting with models and schemas and creating sort of migrations for your database. And for a brief background, sort of like how I ended up being interested in manage.py, which I do think everybody understands why it's so interesting piece of the whole Django project. But I have always sort of like thought about ways how to make code bases easy to understand and easy to use. And because one of those things that I have noticed in many projects that you have a README that is pretty long, that sort of like has all of the steps that you need to be able to run the process that you are. How many you have a sort of README in your project that you are working on now that sort of tells how to set up the system? And how many READMEs are up to date? You are like, how many of you are 100% certain that if I would take that README, I get the project running? yeah. And this was one of those things that sort of like I noticed that they are not up to date. And then the other problem that I don't like to read, like I'm sort of hired to write code, not to read paragraphs. So sort of like, how could you make things easier? And I came up with sort of like, there's 3 commands that if you have, it makes a lot easier to sort of start interacting with a new project. First is start script. And basically if you have a script that will set up everything, or at least tell that you haven't installed some dependencies that is needed for the project, it will fail and tell that to you. So you have a one sort of like base, and it documents what you need to do to be able to run your project. Then test script, and it basically runs all of those things that can fail. So there's one command that you can run after your changes and know does the sort of continuous integration fail. And then the final one is deploy. And the reason is that there's often things that sort of like are hard or not totally working or needs changes related to deployment process, and really often nobody sort of like wants to work on that part of the application stack. And I have maybe sort of like I have a these kind of like traumas of being that person that ends up working on the deployment process and with all of the easy to use cloud tools and CI tools and sort of like being a little bit of afraid of them. Well, that's a sort of like thing that, let's say 10 years I've sort of like wanted to get these scripts like working, but the real problem is that when you are doing a sort of script that you want to work straight out of the sort of box, you'll end up using the lowest common denominator. And basically it means the pawn shell, and I don't mean bash, I mean the sort of like pawn shell. And for example, I personally use a corn shell in my development environment. So you end up in a situation that you don't have a language that is really nice and easy to use. Then you end up in a situation that you have some tools that you can use, but then, for example, if people are using Linux, there might be a curl or widget installed by default, and then, well, you need a Git. And did you all know that sort of like even if you have a program that is named the same, but the GNU Linux people didn't want to use the real Unix flags, so you have this kind of like a big problem with sort of like getting everything work. And then you end up installing custom software, and you basically are sort of writing a README to be able to sort of get the start script running that sort of was point to make the README less important. And even if you get this working, then there's somebody that comes to your project and starts using Windows, and then sort of like everything breaks. Yeah. So it's sort of like but the thing is, I would like to have a widely supported general purpose language that would have a large user base, and it would be already available that you wouldn't have to install anything. And this is me understanding that we are working in a Django project. So we have a Python already installed, and well, this is, I'll show you a picture of our next development meeting where I sort of told my idea what we want to do. So it's me telling to other developers that, hey, it's really good idea that we'll start using manage.py for everything. So rather than calling manage.py from other like programs, we'll call other programs from manage.py. And why to choose manage.py? Why not to use some other task runner or some other sort of thing? The main thing is that when we are working in a Django project, we already are using it. We'll have to run migrations, or like migrate, run server or test. All of those are the things that we are already running. So why wouldn't we sort of like go all the way there? And next, let's check like how the manage.py works. So, how many of you know how many ways you can call Django management commands? There's somebody sort of like has 3 fingers up. That's good. So we have Django admin, we have the manage.py, and we have the Python module Django. And the thing is, all of them are the same thing, essentially. So sort of like all of them, they work the same way. You'll call it, you give them a command name, and then it sort of finds that command and runs it. But how the commands, like where they are, how the sort of like, it tells that what to run when you call migrate or run server. Well, every command is built the same way. And this is the sort of great way of with Django. There is no sort of special cases within the Django environment. You have basically app name Then you have management and command directories, and within those directories you have a command name.py, which sort of like means that for start project you have a core management commands start.py. For run server, core management commands run server .py. For collect static, contribute static files management commands collect static.py. You'll start to see a pattern here. So that's the way that Django knows the applications. But well, then there's a question that how it like knows where to look those. The core is easy because they are always available, but how all of the other stuff is found. And how many sort of like, the great thing for me with Django is that basically everything comes back to the installed apps. Like almost everything sort of like, the great thing with Django is that it works the same way whatever you are doing. And this is a good example of, about it. So same way than static files. Based on the order you have in your installed apps, it chooses which static files based on the path it will load. You can then override existing static files, you can override existing templates, you can override existing commands, you can create new commands. And let's check now like what is the minimum like thing that you need to do to be able to have a new command in Django. So to create a new command, we'll first need to create an app. Let's call it hello C. It would be hello command, but I don't have enough horizontal space with the font size I'm using, so we'll have to use short names for the then in the settings files we'll add the hello command app, and this is something that if you have a problem, basically always for me it's the thing that I didn't take the time to put things in the installed apps. And if you check the hello C directory, we have management, commands, and hello command.py. Then of course normal app files like appspy models.py. Then within the hello command.py, we'll import from the Django core management base command. Then we create a class that is named command. It's important it's named command. That is the way that sort of Django finds the right thing to run. Help, it's used to sort of like tell the users what the command should do. Then we'll just override handle method. And that's all. Like those, basically like 4 lines of code, and then we can do anything that we want within a Python. So it's pretty easy from my point of view. And then after you have done all of this, you can run the command Python managed by hello command, and it will answer. Simple, easy. And it's not all. The best thing is that sort of as with Django, somebody's already sort of worked on this, had a real problems and need to extend things. So it's really too easy to add, for example, flags or sort of options to your command. So you'll just override add arguments method, where you get self and parser. The parser is instance of argparser. That is a sort of like Python module for passing command line arguments. And with that you can just add, for example, parser add argument a name option. And then action store tells that we'll want to keep the value that you are providing, and help just this thing that you want to show the user when they ask for the help. And now what you get, you still have handle, and in the keywords you will get the variable or the option that you have set in the name that you set on the add argument. And then you can do what you want with those arguments. And again, when you run the command and you pass that argument, it will sort of like work So it's really easy to add those things to those, to start creating command line tools with manage.py. And then the extending part. So sort of like you can create new commands, that is great, but you can also change, break, and sort of totally modify what the sort of existing commands do. Like there was an idea here that you can add a sort of validator that your pizzas don't have a pineapple, but sort of you could create a make migrations tool that sort of just removes that information there. It doesn't sort of like take, doesn't allow pineapples to be removed. Yeah. But let's see how to integrate a tailwind to the run server process. So again, we'll create a new app, detail, and again, short name because we have only so much horizontal space. We add the detail to the settings app, and then we'll create the command. So now, as you notice, detail management commands run server. And because we have the detail as a first thing, then the Django knows that when we call the run server command, it calls our run server, not the core version. When we are extending, we need to do things a little bit differently. So we'll import from Django core management commands run server, so the command that we want to extend. And we need to import, because Django works in a way that it loads the file and it runs the class named command. And if we want to have a command in our file, we need to have our class named command. So we need to rename it. And one good way of the renaming is to say that sort of like base run server command, because then you know what the command is that you are extending. You create class command, and here you do override run argument. Do people notice what we are doing differently compared on the last example? Does anybody want to yell? Yeah. And we are overriding run, not handle. But this is sort of like, I didn't point that out to you so much on that. Now the question, why are we overriding run here, not handle? Well, if we go to the core server.py file and check how it does things, each handle command does things related to restarting the app when you change a file, and then it calls self-run that really does the sort of like starting of the server itself, and then there's cleanup stuff. So because the sort of command class is just a normal Python object or normal Python class, you sort of like can look at it and you can extend different parts of it, so that you can sort of like piggyback on the things that it's already doing. So basically we'll extend the run if we want to extend the run server command, and again we can do anything we want before we call the super run. So we can sort of like, well, we have unlimited possibilities. We can sort of like, you can break things really horribly, or sort of you can do nice sort of like really hard to catch bugs if you sort of like try to do too complex things. But now we have power of doing anything. So let's continue of integrating Tailwind. Again, we have the directory, we have a management command run servers, then we have a source that is our input CSS if we want to add Tailwind related directives. Then we have static detail main CSS. This is our output where we output the Tailwind CSS. Normal files, then of course packagization. Tailwind is a npm sort of package, so you need to install the dependencies and then you need to add Tailwind config. And with Tailwind config, one of those things that because the directory that we are running it's the detail directory, we'll go one directory back and then just search all of the templates, static files, and we generate the CSS that we want for all of our thing. And now will do so this is the class, command class, and what we need to do to be able to run this kind of like a background running service. So we'll need to get a process ID so that it's not garbage collected before our code exits. So in the run, we first want to have the command directory. That means the command directory is the detail management commands directory, and from that we'll want to go to the app directory itself, so that we'll run things in right places. And then whatever sort of process we want to call, we'll use subprocess bopen, so we open a pipe. And here we can example call the tailwind to sort of watch and build our sort of CSS at the same time we are running the run server. And here is the sort of, we want to set the current working directory to the app directory so that it finds all of the files. Shell, so it sort of like works and everything exists what many sort of like terminal applications expect. Standard in would be like sub-process pipe. Then there's self-standard out and self-standard error. So we'll just direct everything that happens to our application, so we'll know what is happening there. And then we'll call super command self-run. And this way we can call, here is an example of Tailwind, but we could call any application we want. So this is sort of like, now we are using the Python managed by as a shell, so that it calls any application or any program that we can think of. And I'll show an example of calling async libraries, because after that you have the information of doing basically anything in managed by side. So if we would have async example command, we would have some async sort of like API calls or something that we want to do. We'll wait all of those calls to be ready. Then we have the normal command, and then we'll just in the handle use the async run to run those things. So we'll move to async side if we need to, and back to the sort of like sync side after it's done. And it's okay because all of the management commands are something that we run that start and end. They are sort of like synchronous by nature. And the great thing is, when you start doing that, is that it's just Python. So you sort of like, anything that you can think of, you can now do as part of your sort of like process. You can use any package. So if you want, you can take pandas, you can start creating sort of like processes that take your data, generate some kind of like information about it. You can call any program, you can call Git, you can call anything that you want and manage those things through the Python side. It handles a lot of those things that are sort of like cross operating system, cross-platform things, and makes everything really easy in that way. You have access to the settings by, so you don't need to manage environment variables. You could sort of like set things in your settings file and read that file, and now everything is committed to Git and it's within the Python, not so that it's in some script and you just need to know that there's an environment variable that needs to be set. And now sort of like after giving all of this power to you, like what you should do with it. And I have few ideas. So for example, npm install. Tailwind is one of those tools that I like to use, but one of those things that it's a sort of node program, so you sort of like have to handle different things. But you can create a script that sort of handles all of that setting up of the installing all the dependencies, running it, being a part of the run server command, being part of the collect static command. All of that you can do yourself. You could have a more complex sort of like build process for your front end. And it also would be something that when you start run server, it would automatically run. And it helps, again, people that are not so maybe sort of like in the front end side, that you can set up things without having to move between two different worlds. You could have dev fixtures so that you have a command that would go take an SSH connection to your dev servers, would pull the media files from there, would pull the database that you have running there, and now you have the sort of like environment set up with data that is sort of like sane, or at least more sane, that you can sort of start learning about the application. Managing secrets, so you could use any, but one example, 1Password software development kit. You can use anything that you sort of like need, but you can start integrating more stuff within your application, not so that it's sort of like integrated, for example, in the CI side. You don't need to use GitHub Actions, sort of these kind of like packages. You could use Python Slack SDK. You can generate a sort of send message command that sends a Slack message if you are using ChatOps. And now you have something that is in the Python side. It's easier to debug because you can run it on your own machine. You don't need to sort of like go back and forth with the GitHub Actions, sending a comment that I changed something, that will it work. As it's Django, you have batteries included, and it means that sort of you can get easily colored text. There are roles that you can sort of like use to set different colors, and then there's themes, so sort of like you don't have to say that success is always green with the black background. It handles those okay, and then also the no color situation, because there are situations where you don't have colors. Automatic bash completion, and of course call command, so that when you do something as a command, you can easily use it also in the Django code. So if you have some processing that you want to trigger within the sort of managing a request, you can easily sort of do that. And I'll tell you one case where we use it. It's part of how we handle certificates. So we have a GitHub action that is basically just a time trigger, and it calls manage.py manage certificates. It pulls certificates from 1Password. If they are still valid, it doesn't do anything. But if there's less than 1 week validity on them, it generates new certificates with DNS challenge and saves them to 1Password. And now our deploy process can read them from the 1Password and set up on the servers working okay. And this was important for us because in the Franklin side, we deploy on places like local networks where we don't have access and we cannot do a HTTP challenge, but we still want to know, still want to access our sort of like internal services through an HTTPS without managing the whole sort of like self-signed certificate process. But that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Justus. Do we have a question or two or three? We can certainly manage a question. Yes? There. Question there in the back.
Hello, thank you for your interesting talk. You've certainly made some very compelling arguments, I think, for using managed PY. However, do you think there are any cases where it's not advisable to use it?
I do. I can come up with sort of like arguments against it, and I have heard a lot of arguments against it. But I'll have to say that right now, and this might be a sort of like that changes after some time, but right now I feel that that's one of the best. If like again, we are working so that we'll commit fully on Django, so we'll use sort of not the best parts but the whole Django thing. So I think for our cases, it's been a really good situation that we'll do everything within that, because it comes to those like secret management and environment variable management that becomes a lot easier to understand and sort of like map how things are used. So not really sort of like if you are not sort of committing totally to Django, then it sort of like might not be that good idea. But those cases where you are going to commit, it's really good idea. At least now, I feel like right now. So I'll after 2 years I'll come to here with a talk that you don't want to do everything in Managed by.
Great. More questions? I'd like to ask maybe about what kind of effect it has had on your readmes compared to some before situation.
Well, it hasn't really affected readmes of projects that I'm running, but it has changed things so that people that are not me can also sort of contribute. So they are now sort of like at least codes and documents what needs to be done to get things running. So it's
all right. So we are going to switch directly to the next talk. So hang around, but let's give Justus a big round of applause. Thank you so much for the amazing talk. Thank you. And Joseph. Are we ready with the stream and everything? Yeah. We're ready up here with Joseph for the last talk of the day before lightning talks. I can say sort of loosely that there's a lot of freelancers, self-employed, consultants, however you may choose to identify in this audience. So probably a lot of people, target group of this talk, and really exciting to have you on stage. Big round of applause for Joseph.
Okay. Yes. We want to have a better world, and we're going to start creating the better world by creating a better workplace. Because that's what we have the power to at the beginning. And the only thing you're missing out on is the pretty pictures. Yeah, and if we want to have a better workplace, it might help to know what would make our workplace, what change in our workplace would make us happier. So anyone have ideas? Yes? More money, yes. That's a good one. Any other ideas? Yes? Less working hours. You can just shout them out. Nicer people, okay. What else? Less scrum, yes. Some people might want more scrum, some people might want less scrum. Work from home, yes, another idea. Less meetings, yes. Yes, I want to say some more ambitious ideas. Maybe you want less racism or less sexism, or you want to write some higher quality software even if your bosses think it's not necessary, or you want to care about your users' privacy, or maybe you want to use free software at work, or maybe you want to publish free software, or maybe you want to attend Django Day and Born Hack on work time. Maybe you want to treat the climate emergency as an emergency, and maybe you want to end wage slavery. Yes. But it starts with the simple things, like we said, like fewer meetings, change the, if you don't like Scrum, no Scrum, work remote, yeah. So I'm going to tell you a few ways you might try to achieve these things, and I'm going to tell you the one that I like, and I'm mostly going to tell you, first I'm going to tell you the normal summary of the normal things people tell you to do, and then I'll tell you what it might look like in the context of Django work. So yeah, trade unions. A lot of people know about those. If you're alone and you don't have a union and you don't talk to your colleagues and you think we should be able to work remote, and you could ask nicely to your boss and your boss can say no. So now what do you do? Okay, maybe you could change jobs, but you change jobs to another job that's just as bad. So that doesn't work either. So that's why one approach would be with a trade union. And maybe I don't know, a trade union on its own, if you're just one person connected to a trade union, it's not going to be so helpful for work remote. But it might be helpful with things like helping you negotiate salary, helping you understand your contract. If your employer is breaking the law, maybe they can represent you. They can also get you in touch with other union colleagues. And if it's a trade union, it'll be easiest for them to get you in touch with people in your trade. So that might be if you're in the same union. So if you're maybe IDA or POSA in Denmark, they could get you in touch with others. But they can also connect you with people in other trade unions. And then you connect with people, and then you can also do other things. You can have actions that aren't just employer, you need to follow the law. You could strike, and you could do this sort of stuff. But what if sometimes trade union doesn't work, and it's actually the way you organize is the same regardless of whether you have a trade union, but well, I'm getting ahead of myself. So yeah, let's say you want to join a trade union, but you can't join a trade union, or you can join a trade union, but you're the only software developer at your company. So it helps, but it's kind of indirect. Or maybe your client is in a different country, and maybe you switch clients every year, so it's kind of too complicated to join trade unions. Or maybe you're ineligible to join a trade union because you own your company, because you're a freelancer, even though you really are a worker, but technically you're not. So so then let's think about what a union is. A union is just a bunch of people who are supporting each other, and so you are the union. So there's another approach to organizing, which is, and now I have a pretty picture that I can't show you. Industrial organizing. Instead of organizing the trade first, we organize the people who work together. So we start with maybe your group at a company, and then the whole company, or maybe the whole office, and then the whole company, and then the whole industry, and then all the industries, and then we can live in peace and harmony with the earth. But here it's not organizing just the software developers at your company. It's just organizing everyone. That way gives us more power, we'll see. I am going to really, really quickly summarize how to do it. If you want to learn more, there are courses you can take if you join the Industrial Workers of the World. Yeah, so the two steps. First, you build a committee, which is a group of people that says, like, this is what we want to change and this is how we're going to do it. So start talking with your colleagues one-on-one, however you can do that, and start finding out what people care about and what people are annoyed about the work and what people would like to have changed. My experience in software, it's usually like people want to write better software. They're not originally thinking about, like, I want more vacation or but that's good. And then once you have a few people who you think are the right people, start meeting as a group and bring more people into the group. And now you have the group of people. Now you can make the change. So you probably want to start with something easy and an action that's really simple. But then if you don't get what you want, then you have to be able to increase the pressure. And when so now I'm going to give just a few examples of what it might look like if you're a Django developer working in whatever company and you're trying to start with trying to build a committee. So one thing you could do is say, hey, you want to go out, fellow worker, would you like to go out for coffee next week? And then you coffee outside work, so there's no spying from your boss. Then you can talk about what's going on at work. But the problem with this is then you have to go out for coffee, and it takes time, and I don't want to use extra time from outside my work. But that is an option that's, like, always there. Well, actually, no. That's an option there if you work in the same place. But if you work remote, that isn't there. Another place would be at work, but as I said, it could be you might not feel comfortable talking there. Another idea is maybe you have a private work meeting because you're actually working on something together, like migrating the legacy system or whatever, and you have two people in the meeting, and you just at the end of the meeting you say, okay, how's it going with work, and is anything annoying you, and what should we change here, and yeah. Or another thing you can do, maybe you have colleagues you don't work with really that you would like to talk to because they're working on a different project. So you can just say, well, let's say you're working remote. You can say, well, I never get to meet any of you, so I want to have 15 minutes, have a coffee with you over the proprietary video service that we use. And then when you're having the coffee with the person, you can have a coffee, and then you can also ask, like, what things need to change here. And yeah, so now this is some ideas to get you thinking about how you might do it. You figure out what would make sense in your company, and there's also more strategy to, like, who you're going to talk to first, and yeah, where to meet. But that's the basic idea. Now some ideas of some actions once you have your committee. Well, you've probably heard of a petition. That's good because it's a good thing about a petition is it's really easy. A bad thing about a petition is it's really easy to ignore it. So we want some other options. You've probably also heard of a strike. Strike is quite expensive and it's hard to ignore. But it'd be nice to have some things in between because yeah, it's hard to go immediately from petition to a strike. So one thing to keep in mind when you're planning an action is that the only reason the company really cares about you is that you are providing labor that makes money for the company. So one of the few things you can do, like maybe you have some legal support from laws of the government, but the main thing you have is the ability to withhold your labor, and you can also implicitly threaten to withhold your labor, not actually withhold your labor. So that's the reason why a petition works. You're not withholding your labor, but if the employer thinks they might withhold their labor, well then maybe I should do what they say. So one technique is called the march on the boss, which is like the petition, but instead of saying here's a letter, please do what we say. We walk into your office and we read out our letter and say, you need to do this. And it's a lot more scary when the whole office is in your office saying, do this. Yeah, and let's go with, so for example, let's say we think we need to fix those security vulnerabilities in our application and the boss doesn't care. Well, then we walk into the office and maybe the boss will say, okay, fine, I'll let you do it. But another approach is not a march on the boss. Another approach would be you just don't tell the boss. We just do it anyway. And so an example of this would be, I think a really nice example of this is automated tests. A lot of times people say, you know, we don't have time for automated tests, but all the developers want to write automated tests. So you can just write the automated tests and hide them and not tell your boss that you're writing automated tests. You can do this as a single person, but it's even cooler if you do it as a group, because it saves you more time and stuff, but also because you start to realize that you have power. Maybe you are a Django developer, but maybe there's some other people in the company that work in tech support, and they have some bullshit quotas or something, and they have to answer calls within a certain period, and they don't like that. And you could tell your bosses, stop that, but you could also like make bullshit tech support requests in order to game the statistics to help them. So this is all some techniques. Another technique, we talked about strikes. Strikes are very expensive, and if you're just doing this as like your DIY union in a company, you don't have a strike fund. So if you're going to do a strike, you have to do it cheaply. So for example, we talked about well, suppose you have your company wants to migrate from PHP to Django, you know, whatever, to modernize, but the real reason is so that they can fire the expensive old programmers and replace them with young Django developers who will work overtime for no money. So you could tell them that this is not okay, this is age discrimination. You could tell them it's a bad idea because we actually need these people because they help us a lot understand the legacy system. What you could also do is just, maybe you could say it once that it's not a good idea, and then when they start firing people, well, you just reduce your productivity and you start creating bugs, and they don't care what you feel or anything, but they'll see, oh, okay, the performance is going down, so maybe we should not fire all these people. Maybe you're this is again on the line of a cheap strike. Maybe you work at a consultancy, and like you make CMSs for different clients, and your colleagues think that the climate emergency is an emergency and we should treat it as an emergency, so we don't want to work for petroleum industry companies. So if you give us a project with a petroleum industry company, we're going to strike, but we're going to do a cheap strike that doesn't cost us any money. What we'll do is if you make us work on a petroleum industry project, we're going to comply with all of our company policies. And we're going to read all the terms of service of all these proprietary softwares that we use, and all the licenses. And also, we're only going to work during work hours. And then the productivity will go way down. But you're still working, you know, it's not a strike, what can they say? And it really doesn't matter what your immediate workplace improvement thing is, because another thing you're learning is how to organize yourselves. You're also learning that you have power. You're also building a shell of the new society that will replace the existing structure. So one thing I struggled with for a while was like a lot of the work that's available to a person with computer skills is like really bad and should be criminal. So like, for example, if your industry is war, if you work for like one of the big tech companies and they're selling weapons to Israel, you're making money personally off of war. But I still want you to have better working conditions, because then once all the war industry companies have organized, then all the workers can decide, actually, we don't want to fight other workers in other countries. We don't want to make these weapons anymore. And they're doing that already. There's an initiative, No Tech for Apartheid, where people in big tech companies are protesting that. Maybe you work for one of those anti-social media companies that call themselves social media companies, but they're really anti-social, and your job is to get people addicted to social media. I still want you to work to have better working conditions, because then once you're all organized, you'll realize that the real fight is not between you and the people you're trying to addict, but it's between you and the workers. And all these anti-social media companies, the whole industry, can say we refuse to provide anti-social media. And then once all the industries are organized, well, then we'll live in love and laughter, and we'll live in harmony with the earth. And now it's time for the live demo. And I think I have some people preparing the live demo for me. Yes, great. I thought there needed to be a live demo because, yeah, there needed to be a live demo, and it needs to be something that can go wrong. And I'm really bad at guitar. I just started learning a couple weeks ago, so we're going to have the live demo. Now, problem because I don't have the slides, you don't have the lyrics. So you can look up the song maybe on the internet. It's called The Commonwealth of Toil. And maybe you can find the lyrics. And if you can't figure out the melody, just make one up. It doesn't really matter. Yeah. So, yes. In the gloom of mighty cities, mid the roar of whirling wheels, we are toiling on like chattel slaves of old. And our masters hope to keep us ever thus beneath their heels, and to coin our very lifeblood into gold. But we have a glowing dream of how fair the world will seem when we each can live our lives secure and free. When the earth is owned by labor and there's joy and peace for all in the commonwealth of toil that is to be. They would keep us cowed and beaten, cringing meekly at their feet. They would stand between each worker and their bread. Shall we yield our lives up to them for the bitter crust we eat? Shall we only hope for heaven when we're dead? But we have a glowing dream of how fair the world will seem when we each can live our lives secure and free. When the earth is owned by labor and there's joy and peace for all in the commonwealth of toil that is to be. Oh, where was I? They have laid our lives out for us to the utter end of time. Shall we stagger on beneath their heavy load? Shall we let them live forever in their gilded halls of crime, with our children doomed to toil beneath their goad? But we have a glowing dream of how fair the world will seem when we each can live our lives secure and free. When the earth is owned by labor and there's joy and peace for all in the commonwealth of toil that is to be. When our cause is all triumphant and we claim our Mother Earth and the nightmare of the present fades away, we shall live with love and laughter, we who now are little worth, and will not regret the price we had to pay. But we have a glowing dream of how fair the world will seem when we each can live our lives secure and free. When the earth is owned by labor and there's joy and peace for all in the commonwealth of toil that is to be. Thank you. And and that's all.
Thank you so much. Do you take questions?
Yes.
Yes. Do we have questions? Someone's forming committees already.
Hello. Thank you for an awesome talk and song. Is there a reason you didn't include discussing wages with your fellow laborers? Because I think that is super important.
Yes, I didn't include it because it's a normal thing, and this is Django Day, so I wanted to talk about the things that be specific. But yes, discuss wages with your colleagues. Yes, yeah. It's also really fun. Like I was working at a company. They were trying to hire me, and give me what I thought was low pay, but what other people would think was high pay, and I was just They caught me right before I said it, but I was in the middle of the conversation saying like, "What? That sounds really low. Why would anyone work for much money with all these other people around to make them think, oh, you're not getting paid enough. You need to ask for more money." You know, it's yeah. But also privately is a good way to do it. We have
more. Sorry.
So.
Oh yeah.
So you talk about like different ways of sort of like, well, what to do when the negotiations sort of like fail, if the sort of like there's a problem with the sort of like a workplace that doesn't like get fixed, and you sort of like thought ways of pressuring the employer. How do you feel about the tactics that employers use? Like, do you what do you feel about those tactics that sort of like the company could use to sort of like negotiate back?
Yes.
Do you sort of like
union busting you're talking about?
Well, that or sort of like just
where
let's
are
say
you?
that if you go to strike, sort of like then the company would
okay.
should they sort of like be able to withhold work? So say that okay, you don't have to come next week. Sort of like not sort of like putting. Do you think that there should be a like? What do you feel if there would be a sort of like a balance between that the same sort of like tactics would be used? So sort of your opinions.
Okay, is it perhaps that you have an example in mind?
Well, let's say
if
for
not, it's fine.
like strikes. That sort of like you'll go to strikes. That basically means that you withhold the work from the company. But the company could also say then that hey, we'll withhold the work from you. You
Yes.
cannot come to work, and we'll not pay you.
Yes.
Sort of like.
This is a risk. Yes, it is a risk that the company will fire you. So this is something you have to keep in mind, and that's maybe why you start with something smaller. That's maybe why you wait until you have a small group. That's maybe why you don't tell you don't tell your bosses that you're negotiating them, and that's why you instead just write the tests and don't tell them that you wrote the tests, or you know. I guess one of the advantages of organizing through an official union is like it's easier to say like we unionized and you fired us for unionizing and that's illegal. So if you do it through the legal way, you get the legal protection, and if you do it you can join the Industrial Workers of the World and you'll be part of a union. But if you don't do that, you just do these tactics, then well, it's still probably illegal to fire you for organizing, even if you aren't officially part of a union. But you do have less protection that way. Does that answer your question? I guess not.
Not totally. Maybe sort of like because I might sort of like feel differently about these things, and that's sort of like I was more about like have you thought about the sort of like of the sort of like point of view of the employer? Am I using the terms right? Is the employer the one that pays the salary or employer?
Yeah.
Yes.
You're using the term right.
Yeah. So sort of like have you thought about from their point of view, like if they are using the tactics? And maybe that's sort of like the reason is that I'm a small business owner and I'm part of many small businesses. They are that kind of businesses that sort of like where sort of like I have to call if if people have a bad day and they don't want to come to work, I'll have to call them to get them to work, because sort of like I need the work done so that sort of like the customers don't come there. But how do you sort of like feel, because you have pointed out really good cases how to use the pressure if the sort of like, I'll say the sort of like normal way of discussing breaks down. But how do you feel about the sort of like balance between things, or like what is your opinions on the when companies use that kind of like pressure tactics? And I'm not speaking about union busting, but I'm speaking about the sort of like they'll use pressure tactics back to the sort of like people.
Yes. So I talked about workers and did I say employers? Well, but yeah, workers and employers, two classes, as if they're so clear. So if you like have $1 billion and then you're probably employing class. Or if you are like the commander of a military, you're employing class. And if you work as a Django developer and you don't have anyone reporting to you, you're definitely a worker. But what if you have like one person reporting to you, or what if you have a small business? Then a union will say you're not a worker, but you're actually much closer to the workers than to the real employing class. So it's kind of like it's a tough position to be in, but I would I would see yourself as closer to the working class, but you can only do this if you support your fellow workers. Now, what's the other thought I had? Then the other thing is trade unions, often the goal of a trade union is stated as to provide an efficient work market and to have work continue being productive. So that's one goal you could have for organizing. Another goal you could have is to overthrow wage slavery and live in peace and harmony with the earth. So the normal trade union view is closer to we need to keep the work going well, so that's why we need to have good working conditions so that our workers won't strike. Is that? Yeah.
It was a very good question, but the answer has to be very long also. We have time for another question. Yeah, there was one in the front. Oh, there's one in the front and one in the back. And then I think we have to close.
So you mentioned that one approach to resist kind of would be to outright write bugs in the code, in the software. Isn't that a step too far? Because then you would be constraining your options. You're a professional and your work is not just of poor quality, but intentionally causing damage, kind of. If our work wasn't Django developers, but instead we were running a nuclear plant, then we would destroy the world. When does it become a step too far?
Yes, this is something you'd have to consider each case. So if it is a health risk, maybe it's not the sort of place you want to create bugs. Maybe you want to create the bugs somewhere else. You don't necessarily have to create bugs. You could just be slow at developing, or you could open tickets for bugs that aren't really bugs. But I also want to point out, I think a lot of people have trouble with this, that they take pride in their work. So I read a really nice report on from the CIA, I think, on whatever. Suppose you're imagine you're like a Django developer and you're in Russia and you're being made to make systems for controlling drones or something that are being shot to Ukraine. One of the best things you could do for the world is to make broken systems so that the drones just don't take off or something. So instinctively you say, I want to write good software. But if I write good software, I'm contributing to death. And if I write bad software, I'm preventing death.
Can't you avoid working for that employer in the first place?
Well, sometimes. But even if you find yourself working there, you can if you find yourself, no, if you were stupid enough to hire me after hearing this talk to write, like, if someone were to give me a job like writing drone software for Russia, well, I'd be worried about sanctions. But like, if I would take the job and I would write broken drone software and make the drones crash and not kill anyone. Yeah.
Yeah, there was a question up here in the front, but then I think we need to be mindful with the time.
Who's in the front? The front?
It's actually more of a comment, but yes. But no, I think especially in Denmark, when we are in a country where we have comparatively good working conditions, or if we are in a company that has good working conditions, it's really good to look at the cheap outsourcing that the company is probably doing, and look at the working conditions of the people who have much less of a voice and much less of a possibility, and say, okay, I'm not going to work together with people in India who are not on eye height, who don't have the same good working conditions that we have here.
Yes, you can do even more than that. Thank you for this comment, even though it wasn't a question, because I really want to talk about this. You can say, I'm not going to work with them, or you can say, I am going to work with them, and I'm going to help them organize. I complained about trade unions, but trade unions do work relatively well in Denmark. POSA just donated money to a strike, gave money to a strike for Georgian IT workers. I think that's great.
Final comment. As someone who was fired about a month ago for standing up for our right to work from home, I can say that it was absolutely fucking worth it.
All right. So these were some really great ideas. Thank you so much for taking the opportunity to hopefully also get hired, and and thank you for also daring the musical venture. It was great. I think we should give a one round of applause for the talk and one for the music.
For the music.
So this was also the last long talk of the day before we switch to the next format, which is the lightning talks. And a lightning talk is a talk of 5 minutes. It has to be fast and so on. Also, switching between the lightning talks has to be a bit fast. So we've received slides from 5 people. If the 6th people also need slides, you know who you are, then you can send them to us. Yeah. So we have made a list of the order, so make note of that. So first lightning talk will be by Sarah. Second lightning talk, Effe. Third lightning talk, Mareike. Fourth lightning talk, Anna. Fifth lightning talk, Mareike and Tom is the third one. Fifth lightning talk is Damiano. And I have. Who did not get mentioned here? Yes. No? No. Lionel, yes. You have then you get the last slot. Yeah.
Have you emailed your slides?
Yes, we have them.
Okay. Check my spam folder.
And what we do now is that we'll take a break, and I believe in this break the bar is actually open. Is that true? Yeah. And then you can start wondering about the numbers above the bar. talks, 5 minutes per talk, and we want to change as quickly as possible. So when talk begins, please, next speaker, come up to the stage immediately. First on stage is Sarah, and I will start a timer. Down here you can also see it, audience. So when the timer reaches 10 seconds, you can help the speaker start wrapping up by maybe saying 10, 9, 8, 7. Okay, ready?
Yes. Okay. I'm gonna tell you about hacker camps, what they are, who is going to those things, and why we do them. A hacker camp is basically, you can imagine it a lot like a scout jamboree, and then we add high-speed internet into the mix that goes directly to people's tent. And yeah, the network teams are really into, like, the number one call at these things is use more bandwidth, because we really want to stress them out. The networks, not the NOC people. Yes, so high-speed internet into your tent means we have a lot of relaxed nerds hanging in hammocks, being in tents, doing all kinds of stuff that they think that is fun, but in nature. There is a lot of hardware stuff going on usually at those events. Like it's a good place to learn to solder. It's a great place if you already can solder. And you can play around with all kinds of blinky things, which I have found are usually really accessible to people that are a little bit new to programming, because it makes sounds and it blinks and it does all kinds of stuff. Yeah. People bring the most obscure devices. They bring the weirdest robots. This little thing here in the middle is a World of Techno. That is a little robot that reacts to its geolocation and plays techno music based on that. There's also a lot of software here. You can see the bar at Bornhack. We are really into stats. We show a lot of stats. The thing in the middle with the scrambled thing, that is a pixel flood. That's also always present at those events. Where you basically, it's a little bit like Reddit R place, if you know that, just a lot faster, and bots are like, they're not only welcome, it's like you do that with bots. There's a lot of lights, so this looks, this is an aerial picture of one of the really big camps in Germany, so that reminds a little bit of a techno festival, but it's usually much more playful, and just a lot of fun, lots of art, and then like a music festival instead, you then have talks and workshops and all kinds of entertainment, quizzes around technology, and the area is really wide. Like a lot of hard sciences are also represented, and show their stuff. Why I'm bringing this or trying to bring this to Python events is that usually when people hear hacker, they might have been to hackathons and are comfortable with that, but usually people are like, yeah, but I'm not a hacker. I'm not in InfoSec. I'm not that kind of person, and I'm probably wrong there. But this is using the traditional, original definition of hacking, which basically just means being curious about things and wanting to get your fingers on them and change stuff and figure out how they work, which I think is probably applicable to pretty much everybody in the room. You could, for instance, be hacking wood. That's the classic Holzhacker that you see at all of these events. You could be playing with language. Here you can see Joseph having a Tokipona conversation at Bornhack. There's all kinds of areas represented, really, and there is usually some really good beer. Here you can see a very old Cisco router that has been redone into a tap machine. Bleaching T-shirts, making jewelry from electronics, music from spreadsheets, which I think was also Joseph. Yeah, all kinds of things, really. There's a lot of volunteers. These are volunteers and run and participatory events. You should absolutely bring your kids if you're coming. There's a lot of really cool stuff for them to do. Yes. If you are not convinced yet, you can check this out in the Fediverse. There's a lot of different ones of these camps. And you can just look at the pictures. They really give a good representation. This is not accurate anymore because this was PyCon Portugal long day ago. So, yes. This was this year. So, I give it over to the next speaker.
Thank you so much.
I made it through. Yes, forgot to say this. Yes. And it's not the only one.
Hello everyone. I'm gonna explain highway to Django, so means migrating from a legacy database. So my name is Efe Öge. I came here this great event from the Netherlands, and I work in a shipping solution which is called SendCloud, and I have a blog which I barely write something. Today we would like to experience some kind of mission, and imagine that you are working in a company, and they ask you to write any microservice, and it's gonna be very simple, and you don't need to do much of things, and you are very curious. You read a couple of things on the Hacker News, and you think that Fast API is a very nice thing, and maybe you can think that, okay, Fast API is gonna fit my requirements. It's gonna be so nice. It's gonna be faster because it says it's Fast API, but actually it works. You did it. It's gonna be just maybe one API. It's gonna make some calls to other APIs and just do this. Just do the manipulation of the data. Deploy it, happy, you mark your ticket as a completed. But actually, it's a bit fallacy of the assumption. So you think that the requirements is going to be always same, but actually requirements always change. So then you're going to have new feature requests from your product managers. Oh, can we record these on the databases? So then, okay, Fast API doesn't have any native support for databases, so maybe you can have SQL Alchemy. Then you would like to show last created items to the stuff. Then you start to think that, okay, like maybe if I had a Django at first, I could just basically enable it with the Django admin, right? But you already decided that go with the Fast API, now you need to write your own front end and do all things by your own. Oh, we need to also add cache. It could be faster. Also, I would like to render a HTML. Okay, I'm going to integrate Django. Okay, authentication. I also know to do this. Okay, there is some open source package, but it seems nice. I don't know the maintainer or who wrote this. I'm going to use that one. Okay, it goes like this. You can anticipate it. So requirements are changing every day. So at the end, you have this type of machine which you created, and you only know how it works. And it's very hard to onboard someone else from your company, and you became some kind of hostage taker of this microservice. I think this is very bad for the companies or for the other people. But actually, we are currently inventing the wheel again. So if we start with the Django from the beginning of the day, it will be much easier for you. Or also thanks for the Joseph's the first talk from the today from the Joseph. You can also integrate Fast API with the Django. But how could you make it? Like, it's very hard to do. You can maybe use the views like this, but it's a bit hard. But I think that the most important and most hard thing is the state, which is database. At first, I thought that I'm going to create a super fancy open source library which is going to read the database and create models from it. But actually, I made a research, and Django already has it too. So you can use Django. And this is a management command of, like, a bit underrated management command of Django, which is called inspectdb. And this, what does it do? It basically reads the database connected and create the models definitions and just writes to the model spy. And after that, you need to do very small things. You just need to arrange the important modules to different apps. You can use start app management command to create new apps. Then you need to create migration files. But here is the trick, and this is my last minute. And you need to, it creates automatically as a managed false. So you need to migrate the first migrations. Therefore, Django Think Test, they already they already applied the migration to the database, but they are already there. So then you can create new, you can modify the models in your Django models, and they're going to create new migration files, and you can easily apply them, and you can highway to Django and write Django again after getting done. And this is the end of my talk.
Woo! So, Mike and Tom.
It's on? It's on. Yeah, I don't like the regular microphones.
I'll take this one as well.
Yeah, we don't have slides, so.
No slides. Okay, we good? Then, right. I want to make basically a quick introduction to the accessibility team, Django accessibility team. If people don't know what that is, I guess you're about to find out. So, back in 2019, I did two things. I went to PyCon UK and I saw a talk called something about the curb cut effect, and that's basically when you add accessibility features to a website or anything else. It not only makes it better for disabled people, it makes it better for like everyone using it. If you think about keyboard shortcuts or video captions, those are universally useful. And that's always the lens I like to think about accessibility through. So, also in that year, I made a contribution to Django in the form of the navigation sidebar in the admin. So if you ever use that, that was me. Thank you. If you hate it, sorry. So then about a year after that, I found an accessibility problem, or someone did, I don't remember, with the nav sidebar. So I fixed that, and then I also made a post on the developers mailing list saying, I looked through the admin, there's some accessibility issues, what are we going to do about that? And then Adam Johnson, I think this is the second time he's been mentioned today, wrote a post saying, hey, maybe in the future there could be like an accessibility team that looks at this. And then Thibaut Collas also responded on that. And together we wrote the DEP 11, to make the team. And that was done within, I think, like 7 months or something. So then 2020, we had the team. Then, since then, about a year later, we added Sarah Abdeman, and those two are now esteemed board members as well. And more recently, we've added Eliana Rosselli, Saptak Sengupta, and Tushar Gupta, and
Marijke. This is a good segue. So why are we doing the accessibility team? Well, as Tom mentioned, accessibility is not just good for disabled people. Like someone had an example, like if you have a walkway past the road and it has a little slope, it's not just for wheelchair users, it's for strollers and for people with suitcases and all that kind of good stuff. And for us, we don't just have like abled people working with Django. Like I personally know very good, very excellent blind people who also work in Django. So that's the thing. And someone once said, we are only temporarily abled. And actually a good example of this happened last week when my boyfriend's glasses broke. And I can tell you, if I stuck 2 fingers up in front of him and asked him how many I was sticking up, he had no clue. So everyone here with glasses, like, just think of what happens when your glasses break. And I hope you have a backup pair. So there's one thing, but we are not just thinking about the website. We are also thinking about, okay, how can we make presentations, slides more accessible? We have a guideline for that. We work together with, I think, Jeff Triplett to publish that. And we're also thinking about physical accessibility for locations, which unfortunately, like this place that we are in now is not wheelchair accessible. Ben's working on it. We're aware. But how would it be if someone in a wheelchair could, like next year, attend Django Day Copenhagen? And it's a lot of work. And for us, especially with the website work and the admin, we are all mostly abled people. And we don't know physical disability or all that kind of stuff. So it makes it really hard for us to think about, like, how can we improve Django? Like, we want to fix it, but we don't have all the information. So we would like to request, if anyone here has a disability and you're interested in helping the accessibility team, or you're just interested in helping the accessibility team, please come and find us. We are in the accessibility channel on Discord. Discord is also inaccessible, which is ironic. We are also all in the web accessibility Slack, and you can find us on LinkedIn and all that kind of good stuff. Or find us here today. And if you want to help us or do fixes, like, there's so much work to do, and we are only a few people. Like, we're very open to people helping us with anything. Well, that was it.
Yay! Right on time again. And Anna is getting ready for the next one.
Yes. Oh, hi everyone. My name is Anna Makarudze. I'm originally from Zimbabwe, but I moved to Sweden 7 weeks ago. I'm studying my master's at Bleking Institute of Technology in Karlskrona. I'm also a co-chair of the organizing committee for DjangoCon Africa, and I would like to tell you about DjangoCon Africa 2025. So we had our first edition in last year in 2023, and we skipped a year. So the next event will be in Arusha, Tanzania, from 11th to 16th of August 2025. So we follow the format of DjangoCons of 3 days of talks and 2 days of workshops and sprints. But in Africa, we tend to do things differently. We have the first day as sort of a meet and greet and doing some tourism stuff. Last year we were in Zanzibar and we went to a beach in the raw areas. This time around we'll be in Arusha, Tanzania. If you don't know Arusha, if anyone ever heard of Mount Kilimanjaro? Oh, okay. So Arusha is where Mount Kilimanjaro is. And there's also Kilimanjaro Game Park for those who are interested in seeing animals. Most Africans don't get to travel much, so we tend to use DjangoCons and PyCon Africa as well to do some tourism. And also we want to make it pleasant for all our guests coming outside Africa. So if you want to see the animals during the time that they are migrating, see all our big 5 giraffes and elephants, not in zoos, in game parks, visit Tanzania next year for DjangoCon Africa. So last year we had 200 attendees and 22 different countries were represented. I think we had people from outside of Africa. We had people from Poland, Italy, UK, the USA, Mexico, the Netherlands, and I hope I didn't leave another country. So you can read all about it on the link that's there for our report. Our website is not yet up, but our vision is to have a DjangoCon every other year, because it takes a lot to organize an event for such a huge continent, because for those who don't know, Africa is 54 countries, and though on the global map it's shown as small, it's actually the second largest continent in terms of land area. So it's difficult also to travel within Africa, so we try to tend to limit it to every other year for sustainability reasons, because we would quickly get burnout. So we try to bring people from Africa and the rest of the world together. And what to expect, tutorials, excellent talks, sprints,
and then a Django Girls event. Last year we had 74 women who learned to code over 2 days. So it was the largest group that I had ever managed for a Django Girls event. And our community is very diverse, and unlike what's normally common in the West, like when I look at this event, there are so many men compared to women. And our events in Africa, they always like almost have a 50% ratio women to men. So you will find it different and refreshing if you visit Africa. And I will announce when our CFP is open, but you can consider speaking at DjangoCon Africa 2025. Start thinking about that, or you can also consider sponsoring DjangoCon Africa 2025. I would like to take this opportunity to thank Django Denmark for their support to us for the previous DjangoCon Africa. We really appreciated it. And thanks for watching. If you'd like to get in touch with us, that's our email address, and that's the current website that is there, but will be changing soon to 2025 DjangoCon.Africa. So I hope to see you in Arusha, Tanzania next year. And thank you. Oh, and I forgot. So I used to be on the Django Software Foundation board from 2018 to 2022. And nominations are actually open now. If anyone can run to be a Django Software Foundation board member. So if you want to contribute to how Django is managed, please consider nominating yourself. I think you can find details on the website.
Welcome to the stage, Lionel.
Thank you. And I'm audible. It is. And hi everyone. And today I will be representing some abstract art. And then I will be representing my team at the University of Southern Denmark. And our team, we are data scientists, and we work with the research support of our university, meaning that we help scientists to be able to do stuff. One of the tasks started actually in 2017, where our colleague Maeva started and had this idea. And I still remember her words where il faut absolument qu'on utilise l'open source. Il y a tellement de données, il faut vraiment qu'on fasse quelque chose avec ça. Then, as you can hear, she's not English. She's a chemist, and she started to be trying to think about the elements she could bring to be able to help the development of tools for research support. Then she spoke to one of our colleagues, and she came to her, and we have data, and we need to do something to help our scientists. And then I still remember what Luisa said about it. Wir dürfen mit Django mitarbeiten. Wir können diese Algorithmus mit NLP zum Beispiel benutzen. And as you can hear, she's not French, but she's a mathematician. And what we first developed was these web apps that are based with Django to be able to match European funding to our scientists. And we were using NLPs in the background to be able to improve that. And some other university heard about it, and they were really interested to have this type of tool. Then now Alborg contacted the group, and that was Julien that I think answered the call. And I remember still again what he said. It is, yeah, Django, c'est vraiment la bonne solution. Vous pouvez voir, on peut changer le SSO, on change le SSS, et on peut changer tout le thème de couleur. C'est vraiment génial. And as you can hear, Julien is not German, but he's an historian. And the team have been growing because this tool started to be running properly. And finally, we were contacted by a large association that is running a mission to protect the oceans, and they wanted us to develop their platform. And then I still remember that was Alex that was saying that. And Alex, remember? Yeah, he said something like that. Je kan prøve med Django. Det er noe løsning og med det er supergodt med Docker. And as you can hear, he's not French, but he's a sociologist. And that was a very interesting platform to be able to test other parts of Django. And we had data that have been given to us, and we're trying to organize projects throughout Europe to be able to protect the marine environment. And as we continue developing our tools, our understanding of Django, another colleague came in, and there is an association of young European university that is called Yeroun. And they came to our colleague Doulé and asking if we could propose something a bit like what we had done for other universities, but for 23 universities in the world. And Doulé answered, da, Django dobro, React dobro, similarity dobra, da da. And as you can hear, he's not Danish, and he's a bio-mathematician himself. And then we developed this platform based on Django as well, and with React to be able to get a better user interface. And then we have been playing with Django since 2017, and in a way, for us, it is to thank you, the community of Django, that allow to give universities, like the one we work for, to be able to work with open source environment. And more recently, as you heard a few years ago, there's a new technologies that are coming up. And I'm going to tell you a bit of Django Llama. And some scientists came to us saying, our colleagues in research support that have to help in the drafting of the applications that the scientists submit to different funding bodies. And usually all these drafts arrive the same day or within a week. Then they have a huge amount of things to read through.
8, 7,
and then now we have been combining Django and Olama.
2,
Thank you.
1.
Our team.
And by the way, extra thank you for having that talk ready in case as our backup talk. And I want to hear the full talk someday.
And we are really impatient to show more of what we do, but next time in longer. And all in English, promise.
Does it work? I don't know if it's working. Yes? Okay.
Damiano, stage is yours.
Hi everyone, I'm Damiano, Doug, and this is my presentation about Chiptune, a short 8-bit story. Let's dive into the past with Cracktros. Cracktros were about Cricket intro, so introduction to Cricket programs at the beginning of 80s, and they were released by pirates because they would like to be cooler than the other ones. So in the past, computers were less performing than today, so they started to do these intros. Then we have the chiptune. Chiptune is about writing music coming from musical chip from computer. And in these photos, we have 4 of the major people in the chiptune scene. And the last one is Chipza. You probably know her because she made a lot of soundtrack for video games like Super Hexagon, the game with the hexagon that goes this way. Then we have the demo scene. The demo scene as born at the beginning at 80s as well, and it's a form of digital art. Especially made in the past, but every year there is a party, a demo party called Assembly. This is one photo of 2004, and as you can see, there are a lot of old stuff, old computer, old CRT. So how do we make chiptune? Anybody of you has ever made music in general? Raise your hand. Okay. Well, the requirements are creativity, of course, because you need to mix phrases, voices, instruments, and so on. We have, you should have a good ear for music, but it's not a requirement as long as it sounds good. And bonus points if you know music theory, but nobody really knows it or seems to care. And you can do it by retro computer and console. So you can do with PSP, Game Boy, Amiga, Commodore, Sega, NES. Anything is fine. If you are interested, just start. So yes, even and especially with emulators. So if you are not sure before buying a console, just try it with emulators. Sorry? Drums, yeah. So creativity is just connecting things, as Steve Jobs said. And that's true. Actually, it's true because in chiptune you need to link every phrase. So you set a bunch of notes, you write a phrase, and then you connect each phrase each other. We have two different approaches to do chiptune. We have the classical ones that this kind of programs are called trackers, musical trackers. And the first one is LSDJ, probably the most known piece of software on the Game Boy. And this other one is a DAW. You probably know this one if you are used to write music nowadays. And the main difference is the second one. So the DAW is more complicated. You can modulate sounds in a better way. You can change a lot of parameters. You can have virtual instruments, so VST, so you can simulate instruments. In chiptune, in the classical approach, you need to create instruments from scratch. So yeah, basically, this table is what I have said so far. You can have samples even in classical chiptune, but not every piece of software allows this. The learning curve, it depends on the software. The LSDJ, the first one is easier than the other one. The other one, I don't think so. Take-home lesson, chiptune is chip-based audio hardware. The character created program. Let me see this thing. Thank you.
Will you play some music tonight? Will you play some music tonight?
Maybe next time. Maybe if you invite me next time, I will. I actually have a Game Boy. I'm a musician, and if you go to my website, there are some pieces you can listen to.
Then we're gonna
so
go to your website tonight.
I'm not joking.
All right. We have endured a long, long day together, and also a fantastic day together. And maybe you're all thinking like, could use some food now, could need a drink now. But that's also supposed to happen. We just want to say a few things before.
A lot of thank you. Thanks to our sponsors.
Yeah. We can't do these kinds of things without sponsors, so thanks to all of them.
And definitely thanks to our speakers.
Also cannot do this without speakers. And thank you to the audience, the attendees. We cannot do this without attendees. And also, we cannot do this without organizers.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Vidya. Thank you, Mikkel.
And thanks to the venue,
Yeah,
Union.
thanks to Union. They've been great. And I think as part of Union, we would like to...
Thanks to the video guy.
Yes. The one sitting there, making sure the sound is always perfect, making sure the stream is always on. Thank you, Fernando. And it's a wrap. Yes, it's almost a wrap. We didn't get to introduce Django Denmark because we skipped it in the beginning. We also didn't do a lightning talk about it because there were too many other lightning talks. And please ask us about Django Denmark afterwards so we can actually introduce what it is. But yeah, we have a YouTube channel where all the talks will be shared afterwards individually so that you can also share the talks, help spread the word. Yeah.
And we will repeat the success next year in the fall, more or less same time, so it doesn't clash with other conferences. For instance, the one in Tanzania.
So if you want to, if you're kind of interested in, how do you make a day like this? Please come talk to us because we'd like you to come and help. And today is a good start for that conversation.
So I guess now we will have a little bit of a break. People can go home, stretch their legs, find some food, and then come back where the bar will be open.
Yeah, but only go home if your home is very close by.
Yeah, yeah.
And we'll have a
temporary home
pop quiz at this event. I think we would like to change the time of the pop quiz. It says 8:30, so remember, that's wrong. It's supposed to say 20:00. So come back already 8:30, 7:30 if you can make it. Then the bar is open and we're ready, and then at 8 o'clock we're gonna start the pop quiz. Very good, very good.
1, 2,
Yeah.
4, 5.
Don't be shy.
8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
All right. Yeah,
Nice.
and the bar is open and will accept credit cards because some people worked very hard, both yesterday and today with a terrible KYC process. Thank you. After the party, we have to clean up. We want to finish it at midnight, but then if you want to stick around and it's very nice, then please do. But please also help clean up. Then, yeah. All right. Was that the last slide?
That was the last slide.
Aha! But then we have finished for now, and it's 15 minutes too late. Is that too late for a group photo? Or
no, never too late for a group photo.
All right. So we figured out somehow last year through an incredible crowd process
did
that
we do last year?
we can all get up here.
Yes, and
Yeah.
goodbye to everyone in the stream. Thanks for coming.
So the procedure for the group photo is.